mai ja juba mitmel aastal on saanud tavaks tulla.
It's been a tradition to come to Narva on the 8th of May, and during the last 2 years, actually even more years, we have gathered here at the hall of Tartu University Narva College, where the Narva Museum is organizing its international conference, the second in line. And as you can see, the subject is culture and the borders. We are going to have an interesting day today. Let's get ready to this. Let's switch off our phones or put them on silent mode. And welcome to everyone following us in the internet, because this conference also gets photographed and filmed. So please smile for the camera, say cheese, and I wish you an interesting day. And I'm the moderator of the conference. My name is Kaarel Vanamölder. So let's get going. The first thing is to listen to the welcoming address, and to do that, I would like to invite Maria Smirnova, member of the management board of the Narva Museum. The floor is yours. Can you hear me? Yeah? Dear guests, colleagues, and I am really happy to welcome you today at our conference, Culture and the Borders. We are opening this conference on the eve of Europe Day. In the city of Narva, that has been a border city for centuries. And today, in a changed geopolitical context, borders have once again come into the particularly sharp focus. They are not only lines on a map, but also symbolic constructions through which identity, memory, and understandings of history are formed. And in this context, the Narva Museum is not only an institution located on the border, but also a participant in the process of making sense of these developments. And the culture becomes a space in which borders are seen, discussed, and re-examined. And the focal question of our conference is, how does culture today participate in the creation or blurring or redefinition of borders? And where does the boundary of culture itself lie? Today we have many guests, both present here and listening us online. We have speakers from Sweden, Ukraine, and Spain. And I would like to wish everyone a lot of inspiration. And I would like to thank the Narva College for cooperation, the Tartu University Narva College for cooperation, and also for their support and hosting us. Also, I would like to thank the State Government Office for support and help. And thank you for being together with us today.
Ja järgmisena on sõnatervitus.
Next, I would like to give the floor to Mairili Marienhav for a welcome address. She's the chairman of the board of the Estonian Association of Museums.
Piiride tõmbamine.
Drawing borders is a natural need of a person, because individual needs borders for establishing themselves and for creating a sense of security. As Maria said, without borders, we wouldn't have identity. And this is also what tells us a small museum in Saatse. Everything has borders, just like the culture has a border. We are very far from each other, but we are also very similar. And I would like to thank Narva Museum for taking up this subject. And on behalf of the Estonian Society of Museums, I would like to wish you a lot of interesting thoughts even if we know that even that has certain borders. But even so, we know that the borders that we have today, the borders on the maps, the borders that are political, have originally been someone's ideas or thoughts that have turned out to be deeds. So let's do the right things. And thank you and have an interesting conference.
Ja enne kui me asume
Before we move on to the presentations, we have some technical comments. As you know, then you can listen to this conference through the interpretation. So we have interpreters available for us. So please use the headphones, choose the right channel, and you can listen to the language of your preference. And then every presentation we have 20 minutes. And then we have 10 minutes for discussion, asking questions. So please do ask the questions as well, because this is what makes these conferences useful. And now it is time to invite the first speaker today, who's Zurab Yanes, Narva Museum, Head of Collections, with a presentation of the culture as border guard in interwar Narva.
Tere, lugupeetud kuulajad, ettekäänd.
Dear participants, in my presentation I would like to briefly discuss how in the interwar Estonia the national identification was developed in Narva Museum, and how we had the differentiation between our own and foreign culture. I talk about the changes in the exposition because it's the most visible part. So on the foreign side, I'll discuss more the Russian heritage, which was a little bit different, a bit more conflict. Museum is not a neutral place which reflects only objective past, but it is one of the ways to construct the society where the decisions are made which kind of past will become more important for the present. So if we talk about Narva as a border zone, we have to look at the history. So this is quite separate when it looks to the context, because here we have a historically multicultural city where we have Estonia, Danish, Russian, Baltic, German, and Swedish impacts. At the first half of the 13th century, a village called Narva received the city rights in 1345 from the Danish king. And then Narva belonged to German orders. Then we had Russian Tsars, and the Swedes conquered the city in 1581. During the Swedish period, Narva, old city with the defense forces, was conquered again by the foreign powers until 1917. Narva belonged under the St. Petersburg department, and it was separate from the cities of Estonia. So therefore, many demographic and cultural processes in Narva functioned differently than elsewhere in Estonia. So in Narva, Estonians could not be part of the city government before Estonia became independent. So after Estonia became independent, Narva used to be a border town, which was also sometimes across borders. It was our own Estonia border town. So previous dominant Russian culture became a minority culture, and the Estonian state had to now figure out how to relate to this heritage. So this border wasn't only geographical and administrative, but also cultural. But Narva Museum was a very important place where this delineation was marked. So this is the house of Peter I, who during the North War, the Russian Tsars stayed there. And these are two buildings which are built together. And as is traditional for this museum, there was a legend that there are some objects which belong to the Tsar. So it was a legend of the Russian Tsar who dedicates his life to serve the country. And then from 19th century, then here we saw a focal role in the imperium of confirming rituals, so commemorating the Tsar, Peter the Great, conquering of Narva and connecting it to Russia. Narva became the place of Russian memory holding where foreigners didn't have much place. The Alexander II handed over the house of Peter the Great with the condition that it's going to be a museum. So the Great Guild had a heritage foundation which handled the historical collections and library. So the Peter the Great's house became part of the exposition. So that means that this house became a museum which was dedicated to two cultures. Now, looking at the local merchants, Sergei and Glafira Lavretsova, they were privately interesting collections. So we had an interesting art collection which is developed. And at the beginning of the 20th century, it was handed over to the city of Narva with the house. Lavrov's City Museum was opened on the 9th of August 1913 by Peter the Great. And at the same time, it was celebrations of the Romanov dynasty of the 300th anniversary, and Narva was part of it. So the collection of Lavretsov Museum included a lot of Russian paintings, also applied art, portraits of the governors and Russian history, the conquering of Kazan, or the copy of the painting of the conquering of Narva in 1704. In independent Estonia, museums were important places for Russian minority and emigres in order to remember the Gilded Age. Estonian state did not create the identity in an empty place, but had to work with a heritage which was alien. So according to the Estonian first museum law, the task of the museum was the development of national cultures. So it meant studying, collection, organization, and maintenance of objects. The House of Peter the Great was a special museum. So in addition to that, had to guarantee historical and nationally important memorial which had to be maintained well. Narva Lavretsov Museum had to fulfill general functions as a museum within the geographical and historical limitations of the city. So, as Kristiina Jõekalda, who has studied this subject, has mentioned, so in Estonia we never saw the alien culture being destroyed or denied, although that would have been expected. We can say the same for Narva, where the attitude was to the heritage very rational and pragmatic. Lavretsov City Museum, which belonged to the city of Narva, first steps were made in order to rethink the exposition in the second half of the 1920s. So local Estonian community were more active, and they were very proud that the city had a museum like this. But at the same time, they were concerned because there was not much of a mention of Estonian history. One of the critics was Gustav Matto, who was a teacher, and who thought it was not acceptable that there was nothing there from the Board of Independence, which would have been easy to find and to show to the students in the museum. In Põhjakodu article, he says why Peter the Great Russian and Swedish battles have to be more important for us than the Estonian War for Independence. Based on this criticism, in 1927, there was a council of the Lavretsov Museum, and former teacher Johan Sõstar was appointed as a director. So first time ever, there was an Estonian who was a director, and the best historians became members of the council, Gustav Matto and Eduard Dickhoff of a German heritage. During the 3 years when he was director, the exposition's services were extended. And in addition to the foreign history, we included Estonian history, second floor, where we had the original Lavratsov era exposition. This continued as it had existed before. In order to promote the identity, there was a separate Narva history room, where we had different items and views of Narva. For the first time, for the exposition on the first floor, which was before rented in order to receive additional income, there were different historic collections. And the expositions were made for the items from the Independence War and Estonian people, and there was a separate room for Estonian art. Now, in addition to the reappointing the rooms, the exhibition was also considered important texts. So that means that there were Estonian labels for the paintings, but that wasn't it yet. For example, some of the paintings of an Estonian artist already acquired during Lavratsov area were given a new title, or old one was implemented. So this freed the creation from the Russian and Baltic German yoke and contributed to the construction of their own identity. And at the same time not denying the alien culture. Before independence, the Lavratsov Museum had just over 20 paintings by Estonian artists. Among them were 9 paintings by Peep Aaren. Many of them depicted Russian and Baltic Germany architectural heritage. For example, there was a painting which is called Memorial to Russian Soldiers during the Tsarist period, received a neutral and local name, Footpath in the Dark Garden. At the same time, Aaren's second painting, the Russian area view of Herman's Tower, received a more emotional and nationalistic title, Koidula Avenue and Herman's Tower. Of course, there was no street called Koidula, one of the symbols of the Estonian awakening period. In Narva, it didn't exist before independence, but renaming the painting helped to legitimize and consolidate the cultural continuity of Estonian Narva in the museum. But during the Soviet occupation, the paintings were renamed again. So there was monument to the Russian soldiers who fell at the Battle of Narva in 1704, and Narva view with Herman Tower. So Estonia was occupied physically, historically, and also spiritually, cancelling the creation of an interwar Estonian identity and re-Russifying the city of Narva. However, in the opinion of the city government, the knowledge of skills of Jan Sõster, an advisory body consisting of locally history-conscious persons, this is not sufficient for the modernization of museums. In 1930, a decision was made to merge the Narva City Archive and the Lavratsov Museum, and to find a specialist who had acquired education in independent Estonia. So this was achieved by Arnold Soom, a historian, archivist at the University of Tartu. He led the modernization of museums based on the professional principles of museology and the recommendations of the employees of University of Tartu, the Pallas Higher Art School, and the Estonian National Museum. Soom chose to create 2 complementary museums as a strategy. From a museological point of view, it was very important to distinguish the exposition from repository. So although Peter the First House and Museum were nationalized in 1921, then substantive changes were not achieved until the next decade. But already in 1920s, a visitor could see unusual sight in Peter's house, where the middle of the portraits of Russian rulers and Narva town hall masters, there were 2 mannequins wearing traditional Estonian folk costumes. Unfortunately, there was a description but no photo. But as you can see on the slide, this was probably what it looked like. So under Arnold Soom, Peter the First House essentially became a museum of history in the city of Narva, bringing together the cultural history objects of Narva and the surrounding area, which are both located both museums and city archives. So objects status in the building and allegedly belonged to the Russian Tsar Peter I or related to him were grouped together in one room. So on the slide you can see this space, how it looked like after the reorganization. Sohm was very critical regarding the belonging to the objects in the museum to the Tsar, and he was able to identify only one object, a sword made by Solingen, on which there was a German inscription of Tsar Peter I. So nevertheless, Peter I house and museum were preserved as the name of the museum, and it was noted in the introduction that objects in Peter's room belonged to Peter the First. So pragmatism was maintained in rethinking cultural heritage, and the Russian Tsar was transformed from a symbol of the empire into a historical persona. So he became the attraction of tourism in Narva, and which had to bring economic benefits to the city. So Lavrotsy Museum became an art and ethnography museum. The curator of the new art exhibition invited Voldemar Vaga, who was a renowned Estonian art and architectural historian, who was lecturer at Pallas Art School. So during his curation, a new art exhibition was completed in 1933. So we had the painting Weining's Conquest of Kazan, which reflects imperialistic values, maintained its status. But at the same time, a collection of Russian art took a new meaning. It was not presented as a symbol of the empire, but a valuable part of professionally organized art historical exhibition alongside Estonian and Western European art. So it's true, there was relatively little Estonian art in the museum, and much attention was paid to increasing its share. When starting work in 1931, Sohm had to state, it would be desirable for us to have a decent overview of Estonian art in Narva in addition to Russian art. So cultural endowment and private donations contributed to this. Among them, the most significant donation came from Narva artist and teacher Eduard Berber, and his work, which mainly depicted Narva's natural areas and city views before the Second World War, formed a separate exhibition room. So today, half the paintings are located in the Estonian Art Museum, where they were taken during the Soviet occupation, reducing again the share of Estonian art in Narva. So Berber's work today is only in the Estonian Museum of Art and Narva Museum. In addition to art, local ethnography played an even more important role in shaping Estonia's national narrative. It helped to balance the foreign high culture in the museum. With the support of Estonian National Museum, exhibitions on the ethnography of Inger and Alutaguse cultures were completed. And this is part of the tangible cultural heritage which was collected in the 1930s. According to some of the contemporaries, the Narva Museum became the best museum of Ingerian ethnography in the nearby area and was valued to be better than exhibitions in Finland and the Estonian National Museum before the Second World War. Unlike the sister area approach, which aimed to give an overview of the entire Estonian ethnography, the Narva region was the focus of attention during the Sohm era. So Narva City Museum was no longer a smaller copy of the Estonian National Museum, but a place for collecting and exhibiting an additional material culture. The construction of one's identity in the museum, it did not go unchallenged. When Johan Sõster led the renewal of the exhibition at the Lavretsov Museum, he and the city government were accused of destroying Russian culture and extending chauvinism to such a non-political sphere as the museum. So similar attacks fell on Sohm, who was accused of violating the will of the Lavretsov and destroying Russian heritage. Professional museology, where most of the objects of culture were placed in a repository and almost 10% were in exhibition, were interpreted as hiding and destroying Russian culture. So one of the most notable scandals of this period was related to Tsar Peter I, the central character in Narva in Russia. According to information published in Russian Estonian press from 1930s, Peter I's portrait went missing in the museum. It was found out when the Soviet History Museum wanted to have a copy of the painting. I'm not going to tell you all the details in the investigation, but the Estonian Criminal Police did not identify this as a crime. But overnight, this Peter I's painting, which did not belong to the museum collection and which has never been part of the exhibition, it became invaluable Peter I's painting. So museum received accusation of destroying a Russian culture again. In retrospect, with the benefit of the hindsight, we believe that this was information operation by a Soviet intelligence agency. So Estonian press and Narva public and Estonian-Russian relations fell victim to it. But at the same time, it should be noted that criticism of the organization of the museum did not only come from the Russian community. Local Estonian artists were not satisfied either, finding that the museum focuses too much on ethnography, leaving too much Russian art to the museum and not enough Estonian art. So the museum had become a border area where different political interests, narratives, and identities competed. So instead of confrontation, the museum tried to look for a dialogue. Arnold Soom invited representatives of critical Russian circles to look around the reorganized museums, finding out that everything is still there. The Russian Cultural Association, Narva, was called upon to pay great attention to the preservation of its cultural heritage and to cooperate with the museum in collecting it. When it comes to the folk culture, Soom wrote, I believe that we are doing the indispensable service to the indigenous culture of the Russian minority because we are saving the material objects from destruction. Narva Museum was supposed to be the only museum in Estonia where the cultural heritage of the Russian peasantry on the other side of Narva is represented, which would have balanced the overrepresented Russian elite culture in the museum. So how much fragmented Russian community was actually ready to cooperate? But rather we have the impression that Russian communities were in a crisis of identity themselves and continued to deal with the trauma caused by the collapse of the empire. So many of them had an attitude that Estonian state is a temporary phenomenon. So museum with limited staff did not reach fieldwork on collecting the cultural heritage of the Russian peasantry until the beginning of 1940s. But the ideological political situation was changing. So feeling that staying in Narva could become life-threatening, Arnold Soom and his wife left for Tallinn, and all the initiatives in the museum were left unfinished. So this promising versatile development was interrupted in 1940s by the Soviet occupation, which restored the one-sided narrative glorifying Russian imperialism in Narva museums. After the World War II and the Soviet air bombs, both old Narva and both museum buildings were destroyed. And thanks to the heroism of the two last directors at Narva Museum, Arnold Soom and Arnold Kotka, and individual persons before the city was destroyed, Narva City Archive, the museum collections were partially saved. So they are right now in our National Archive, but the museum collections have been returned to Narva. So during the interwar period, the Estonian state was able to carry out successful cultural integration through the Narva museums. So the foreign heritage was not destroyed, but reframed as part of Estonian history and professional museology. Narva museums became a border guard who guarded not only the objects, but also intercultural balance. Museums became an arena where national minority and local identities were held with a constant dialogue. So today, as we face new threats and changing boundaries, this historic experience is extraordinarily topical. We can see in Ukraine how cultural heritage is a target, because distorting it also means erasing the boundaries between the memory and identity. The story of Narva Museum shows how fragile intercultural balance can be and how important is the role of memory institutions in shaping and preserving identity. Thank you.
Suur aitäh!
Thanks. A very interesting and exciting presentation. Are there questions from among the audience or comments? or you would like to specify something? When I was listening to this presentation, it seemed to me that I'd heard all this again, because history is repeating itself. When we look at the Narva Museum in the 1920s and 30s, when they had to develop in different sites, had to make certain choices, then when we compare, well, how would you compare today in Narva Museum? Are we in 1920, 1930 today, or is it comparable at all? Well, I think you gave an answer already, because when I'm studying this issue, then I make comparison with the modern days all the time. It seems that nothing has changed in 100 years. The same problems, interpretations, and narratives, but it is presented in the 21st century way and is more fortified or stronger. But what about the 20s and 30s? Did they come to a situation when there was talk about us or our? I understand that there were the portraits of tsars and mannequins in between, but did something change at all? Well, this example about the mannequin, this is an exception, I believe, because I do not have any evidence from any sources. This was the first attempt to place the Estonian peasantry in the environment of the museum. But in the 1930s, I can see that a joint identity started developing as well. There were certain groups who continued living separately, and the Narva city government itself tried to engage them all the time. Take, for example, the celebration of the Independence Day. The representatives of Russian schools and Russian and Baltic German societies were all brought together to celebrate Independence Day together and this happened together at the same time when Estonian identity was developed. Take, for example, the Swedish lion. Through this, the Swedish identity was developed, but Russian representatives were also invited to participate in this process. And take, for example, the prince from Sweden. When the monument was opened, places a wreath both for soldiers who perished in the Estonian War of Independence and also in the Great Northern War. But the Russian side was ignoring these other memory sites. There's a big difference in how the Russian side solved it and how they did it in the interwar period in Estonia. A question? But please use a microphone so that the interpreters can interpret the questions as well.
Thank you so much. Helen Ronland from Sweden. I will talk later today. This is very interesting. I was at a conference in Warsaw yesterday with Ukrainian museums and German and Polish, and this was the topic also, but in context of also how can we avoid being manipulated from the changing histories now in Russian propaganda, because we are all facing this. But I wanted to ask, this shaping of Estonian identity, was it because of individuals who were brave and who took these initiatives to do this shaping in the museums, for example, or was it a more governmental structure to do this? Because maybe both is needed, but sometimes it is perhaps difficult if it's only individuals who try to take these initiatives. Do you know how this was? How was the shaping made? Because that's very interesting. Thank you. Thank you for a very good presentation.
Helena, thank you for your question. Research is in progress, but at this moment, it seems to me that it was more of a personal agenda of these specialists who studied history, museology in University of Tartu, who was influenced by Finnish and Swedish scientists. They took it and they made the reforms without any order of government. And there are different aspects in this process because Estonia was a young government, and Tallinn for 1920s was really far away from Narva, not only mentally but also in financial moments. So usually it was made by locals, specialists, and government tried to help them, and also local government tried to help them, because the initiative to call for Arnold Soom from Tartu actually came from the city government. The vice mayor Adam Bachmann went to Tartu to ask there, do you have any specialist who is willing to come to Narva? And Arnold Soom in his memories is writing that for a close circle of his friends, many asked, why are you going there? It's really far away from cultural places of Estonia. But Arnold Soom went there and started this process, and to me it seems that at least in the 1930s he was one of the main persons. But there were also others who made this possible by the help of government and local city government.
Jaa, aitäh.
Thank you. Another question? Please use the microphone. Please. I would like to know, you mentioned the school children, that school children could see the heritage from the War of Independence. So how was it organized for school children and museums in the interwar period? Today, this is a topical issue. I've been thinking about this, how the identity of Estonians was developed in Narva. So all school children had free entrance to the museums, not only Narva school children, but others as well. And the city government had organized separate rooms for groups coming from other cities in Estonia could stay overnight free of charge. So this is an important moment that helps develop the identity and also helps avoid this social gap, because the 1920s and 30s is a slightly different period. But even today, an ordinary pupil or school child does not have financial possibilities. So they are left without the process of creating identity, in addition to not being able to see the museum. Thank you, and a round of applause for the speaker. And I'm sure there's more questions, so you can approach Zurab during the coffee break. The next presentation will be in English, the image of the border between the Red Empire and Europe.
Please, floor is yours.
How it works. Ah, okay. So let's start. Following 2 years of the Estonian War of Independence, the Tartu Peace Treaty was signed on February 1920. Under this agreement, Estonia and Soviet Russia recognized each other as independent states. The Republic of Estonia defended the sovereignty it proclaimed in 1918, and the state border line became the direct successor to the front line though it didn't coincide with it exactly, but almost. And notably, the First Republic of Estonia included the Petseri country and both banks of Narva River. These territories were predominantly inhabited by Russians and small Finno-Ugric ethnic groups. Barriers were installed along the border, leading many to refer to events in Soviet Union as happening behind the wire. This metaphor reveals several things. First, a reluctance to officially name or recognize the Soviet state. Second, a focus on insurmountable obstacle that protected Estonia from the Red Terror experienced during its struggle for independence, while simultaneously preventing emigrants from returning to their historical and spiritual homeland. A third association is the image of a prison or a concentration camp surrounded by barbed wire, much like the Slavetsky Islands, for example. The border fundamentally changed the lifestyle of Estonians, particularly in the Narva and Peipus regions. During the Russian Empire, freedom of movement was a key factor in local prosperity. The new border ended the practice of traveling to Moscow or to St. Petersburg, for example, for seasonal works and trade, and it tore families apart. However, it was still possible to cross the border secretly. Away from major transport routes, the border lacked physical barriers and was depicted in the press as a dangerous space between two worlds. The Estonian and, in a broader sense, the European world, predictable, law-abiding, and as almost all newspapers wrote with bitter irony, the Soviet paradise, a territory of terror, lawlessness, and violence. And the USSR didn't abandon attempts to establish Soviet rule in Estonia. Stalin was referred to in the Estonian press as a red dictator and the red Tsar, while the workers and peasants' state appeared to be a new empire, seeking to expand its domains under the slogans of Comintern. Public interest in border events was high. Readers followed an endless documentary detective story with elements of melodrama. The newspapers, Stary Narvski Listok, Old Narva Leaflet, it's possible to translate like this, Ruski Vestnik, Russian Herald, and the Riga-based Сегодня, or Today, which was popular in Estonia, reported extensively on border crossing. And we have classified these materials as follows, like this. From USSR to Estonia, the first, armed operations and provocations made by GPU, Red Army, Soviet aviation, Soviet spies, saboteurs, agitators, of course defectors, and a lot of them victims of collectivization and victims of Soviet terror. Of course, travelers and official visits, diplomats, athletes, and so on, and freight and trade. From Estonia to USSR, Soviet spies and agitators, both Soviet and those who was recruited in Estonia. It's important for us. Foreign workers traveling legally or illegally to the USSR. For example, pro-Soviet Finnish people from United States. Defectors for both political and non-political motives. And of course, travelers, official visits, and freight and trade. As you can see, there are both overlaps and significant differences. And it's very important for my research. And as we know from historical sources, in the first half of the 1930s, agents of the ROVs, Russian All-Military Union, were transferred from Estonia to the USSR to fight the Bolsheviks. But these operations were kept secret, so we don't find any press coverage of this topic. And it shows the difference between the historical context and the media image of the phenomenon in that period. The largest Estonian-speaking newspapers had the resources to publish extensive analytical reports on the GPUs and Soviet intelligence activities in Estonia. In 1930s, there was no doubt that this was a well-organized, targeted strategic operation that devoted enormous resources. At the same time, the newspaper Päevaleht noted that Soviet intelligence agencies recruited people of various nationalities. Ethnic Estonians who spoke fluently Russian were especially vulnerable. People who lived in the USSR close to the Estonian border agreed to collaborate with the GPU under threat of death and due to threats to their relatives. A separate category consists of encounters at the border, where residents of border areas aimed to meet without actually crossing the line. There were also official meetings between border guards to clarify the border line or to install markings. The Estonian side often petitioned for the return of citizens detained by Soviet authorities. However, of great interest are the meetings of peasants for religious rights, news exchange, and food delivery. Two striking examples. On January 24, 1931, Stary Narvski Listok published an article titled "Bolsheviks Beating Pilgrims." Estonian and Soviet Russian peasants met on the ice of Lake Peipus for an Epiphany water blessing service. They were attacked by Soviet border guards who arrested the Soviet peasants and the priest. The border guards burst into the thick of the crowd and began beating the fleeing pilgrims with whips. It was noted that many had already fallen, yet whips continued their work. Finally, the pilgrims were tied to the back of sledges and driven back to Soviet Russia. The unfortunate priest was tied behind a saddle horse. Of course, it's a symbol of slavery. In May 1930, the same newspaper reported helping the Soviets starving, noting the Lake Peipus villagers secretly sent food to relatives in the USSR. They have their own password. Sometimes fishermen sing a specific song to recognize the people they need. The image of the border is supplemented by reports of events occurring on the Soviet side of the border zone. This primarily involve reports of a terror against peasants during collectivization, anti-religious campaigns, and natural disasters like fires and floods. The atmosphere became especially tense during the Soviet first five-year plan. Operations by the GPU and Comintern agents intensified, and Red Army activity increased. Soviet border guard regularly violated agreements and displayed aggression, firing at people and service dogs on Estonian territory, protecting agents, and even invading Estonian soil to seize peasants and fishermen under false pretenses. These seizures were often accompanied by the confiscation of valuables, primary money. Estonian currency and other foreign currencies were desperately needed by the USSR for industrialization. Those captured were usually accused of espionage and, if not returned, sent to the Salvetsky camp. The press described cases of gross violations of Estonian land and air borders where Estonian guards used force. Estonian journalists never questioned the legitimacy of a forceful response, noting that such actions successfully deterred provocators. And conversely, if a violator fell into Estonian hands, such as in a plane crash, they were returned to the Soviet side along with all property to avoid escalating of conflict. In all these instances, the Russian-speaking newspapers in Estonia depicted the Estonian border guard in a positive light. Honest, professional, and courageous officers who risked their life to neutralize armed intruders, but never encroached upon neighboring territory. Estonia, as a small state, relied on diplomacy and international law. At the same time, the newspapers show that not every border crosser from the Soviet side was malicious. They reported with great empathy on peasants and workers, both Russians and Soviet Estonians, fleeing the Red Terror. Authors often used literary devices unusual for news reporting to evoke sympathy for these refugees. And the audience was also familiar with the famous escapes from the Sovietsky camp, such as the group of Suzirko Maltsagov and General Ivan Zaitsev. Newspapers framed the border as part of a larger European frontier, citing similar armed incidents and defections, not only in Estonia, but in Finland, in Latvia, in Poland, and in Romania. They reported on Soviet soldiers defecting to escape order to suppress peasants' uprisings or to avoid being purged as well. The Estonian press closely followed Grigory Besedovsky, a Soviet diplomat who fled the embassy in Paris in 1929. This was also considered as a border escape, as embassy ground is sovereign territory. In his book, On the Path to Thermidor, Besedovsky revealed the inner workings of Soviet intelligence and predicted that the refusal of abandon ideological dogma during the collectivization would lead to a Thermidorian collapse in Bolshevik regime. And regarding incidents from the Estonian side, newspaper Stary Narvski Listok focused on rural Russian youth. Influenced by Soviet propaganda and local economic hardships, young peasants often fled to the USSR in search of a better life. Those who returned recounted the grim reality, but the trend continued, involving hundreds of people a year. Their fate in the USSR was usually tragic. They were often arrested as spies. And reports on Soviet agents recruited within Estonia served a didactic purpose, demonstrating the inevitability of harsh punishment for crimes against one's country. On the eastern outskirts, pro-Soviet agitators targeted illiterate peasants. The Bolshevik-founded newspaper Raekoja Pravda praised industrialization. It claimed record harvests in the USSR. It aimed to incite a Soviet revolution in Estonia, completely ignoring border provocations or terror. Eventually, its editor, Alexander Seleverstov, fled to the USSR to avoid prosecution in Estonia, only to be arrested, and he died in a Soviet prison. Border areas were zones of information risk. Due to weak Estonian signals, residents often listened to Soviet radio. Sometimes the Comintern stations was only one audible. In the early 1930s, the tone of Soviet broadcasts became increasingly aggressive. One report described an Ivangorod resident who, after listening to Soviet radio, suffered a mental breakdown, repeating hateful rhetoric about so-called kulaks. And yes, it's time for conclusions. The image of the border is paradoxical. On one hand, it's a place of extreme danger. On the other, it's a place where people exercise a life-altering choice. Those fleeing the Red Dictator's empire seek protection, while others left Estonia with hope for a bright future. However, the analyzed newspapers lead readers to a clear conclusion. The USSR was a strategic provocateur and aggressor. Conversely, Estonia was portrayed as a non-aggressive, law-abiding state that used force only as a last resort and prioritized diplomacy. Estonian journalists saw it as the duty to show that Estonia wasn't an aggressor, but just a protector of its citizens. Thank you.
Thank you very much for your most interesting presentation. So please, everybody must have questions or comments. Yeah.
Thank you so much for this really very interesting report. And I have a question. What do you think about comparing between modern terror on occupied territories of Ukraine against Ukraine civilians on occupied territories and terror on Soviet Union? What do you think about this phenomenon, Russian terror? Thank you.
When we are talking in a round of colleagues in my university, I like to repeat, we are living now like 100 years ago. It seems, it looks like, the situation looks like the situation like 100 years ago in Estonia, and it's important for us to understand, to realize what kind of methods of terror were that time, and to compare to a modern Russian terror. I think my theory is it was how to say, the methods of GPU was used after 100 years ago, and I think it's important for us, and we have to make to construct these parallels. But it's the next step of my work.
Yes, thank you.
Yeah. Good morning, everybody. I am local, so Evgeny, many locals would like to know. My name is Anton. Many locals would like to know what is the difference between Russian and the European propaganda.
You mean Russian propaganda in Europe nowadays?
What's the difference between Russian and European propaganda?
nowadays. Not. It's difficult to say about nowadays propaganda, because my report is about propaganda,
yes,
which was 100 years ago. But of course, it's possible to mark similar trends, and looking on European propaganda, I would say that for Europe, it's important to show that we are Europe. We are living all together. We want to live according to the law, and we are against aggression. Against 100 years ago, against Soviet aggression, and now against Russian aggression. And Europe wanted and wants to help somehow. For example, in a period of a great famine, in a period of Holodomor, European citizens and Estonian people were tried to save somehow money, for example, to help to Soviet peasants in Ukraine, in the south of Russian territory. I think the trends are similar.
Yeah, because I think your presentation was very, very profound about these tactics during the 1920s and 1930s. Yes, we can compare them, and I think also the main difference is also about the goals of the propaganda.
And about, I'm sorry, about it was somewhere. And about pro-Soviet media, it's important, especially for me, because, for example, there was a newspaper on slide, Raekoja Pravda. It looks like Sputnik agency. So we didn't find in this newspaper anything about Soviet terror. Nothing about Holodomor, nothing about Great Famine in the Soviet Russia, but only praise of Soviet system. And this newspaper was printed here in Estonia, and Soviet. Was somewhere, yeah, here, and it was printed by Soviet money. It's important for us, and for example, in the period of Great Famine, we found an article about huge harvests in a Soviet state. It's like another reality, which was shown to Estonian people. So that period, not only Estonian Russians could read Russian well. Yeah.
So, as time is pressing on, then does somebody want to ask something or comments? Yes, last quick question, please.
Thank you very much. My name is Dmitry Teperik. My question to you is actually on the international comparison, because as we know from the history and nowadays, some territories and some areas, as they called borderlands, including, of course, some parts of the Baltic states, Poland, Ukraine, and so on, historically they were called also contested lands, and for the contestation you obviously need more than one party. So you need 2 or 3 parties who would compete or who would contest for these lands. So my question to you, would you consider or have you done international comparison on the communication strategies of adversaries in other countries, not just Estonia, but maybe other Baltic states, Poland versus Red Empire and Ukraine and so on, and what we can learn from that. I mean, it's actually very important what lessons from history we should learn now, living here in the border or contested lands nowadays. Thank you.
About international context, it's a huge job, and it's, I believe, it's the next step of my research, because now we have a huge volume of Estonian press, but from time to time I'm trying to compare, for example, materials in Estonian press, comparing, for example, to Polish sources, to Polish press, and so on and so on. And Finnish newspapers are important for me, but actually it's a bit later. And so the second part of your question about lessons, I think it's of course important for us nowadays, and what kind of lessons? For example, don't believe GPU. And I think the main question, the main point, we are in danger now, and it's not about only armed aggression, straight armed aggression. Our brains are in danger as well, because sometimes Soviet propaganda or Russian propaganda works in the shadow, works secretly, and it's important for us to realize our aims.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. So thank you very much, Evgeny. Let's make an applause. Ja läheme edasi.
Now let us continue with the third presentation. So the topic is the role of the Tax and Customs Board in supervising cultural goods at the external border of the European Union. And I'm very happy to invite here Ants Kuti, who is the head of Narva Customs Office. So we get messages straight from the border. Good morning, dear participants. So this is really a great honor to be here before you, as you are physically present here or watching us online. So for me, it is the first time and the first opportunity to participate in such an impressive conference on history. So I would like to thank the organizers and Maria of the Narva Museum. So I'm very excited. So as it was said already, then I'm going to talk about the role of the Tax and Customs Board and our contribution to the supervision, especially when it comes to the smuggling of cultural goods. So for us, it is a very important part of our work. So I'll tell you a little bit more about our work in the Tax and Customs Board before we will be moving on to looking at some interesting cases, especially when it comes to the smuggling of goods of cultural value. So for any profession, and we are looking at the mission and vision. And our task is to collect taxes effectively and protection of the country's economic environment and society. So as I represent the Narva border crossing point, I'm representing this protection of the society aspect here. So based on our tasks, then we collect taxes, and we are so our aim is that our taxation system would be simple enough that the people will be happy to pay the taxes in a timely manner, and it'll be as simple as possible. So we are defending fair competition because the economy and international trade of any state is important for the economy. So from the point of view of tax collection is very important. It's important for our employment levels and government in general. Then another priority for the Tax and Customs Board is to apply sanctions. The European Commission has established, due to the Russia's military aggression against Ukraine, certain sanctions. Tax and Customs Board and other institutions and tax authorities which are in the external border, we are monitoring and implementing these sanctions. Important part of the Tax and Customs Board is our investigation department, which fights organized crime. So all the tax crimes, also smuggling, all the criminal cases are administered by them. So I told you quite a bit already about our mission, but the Tax and Customs Board vision, I think, is very well said, because we have the greatest tax obedience in Europe, which is also digital. So which means that Tax and Customs Board matters are all automated, digitized, and so user-friendly that our objective really is to reduce the administrative burden for people. So here we have a nice slide. So Tax and Customs Board is represented in each county. So in 3 counties, which are dark blue, or they look black here. So this is where we are when we have the most active tax return period and natural persons are declaring their income. So we are opening our offices in 3 counties, because otherwise we are represented all across Estonia. So an important part of my work is related to the external border and border supervision. So we have 3 major border crossing points: Narva, Luhamaa, and Koidula, between Estonia and Russia. Luhamaa and Koidula at the bottom here, southeast. So these are no longer open 24/7, but Narva is open 16 hours. And Customs and Border Guard, Agricultural and Food Board, so we are all working there together. So regarding the competence of the customs in Estonia, so a while ago, a minister, who I'm not going to mention by name, visited Narva customs office, and I asked what do they know about customs. Then the answer was that customs is about pumping fuel. And so on one hand, it was sad, but at the other hand, not everybody has to know everything. So we want to make sure that we create awareness through communication, so people would know what it is, what we do. So it's not only smuggling, about finding smuggled cigarettes or fuel, but we have much wider work. So it's the protection of the society. which includes weapons, cash, ammunition. So when it comes to cash, cash is linked to illegal smuggling of cash, which is financing terrorism in foreign countries. Economic protection, so it's very important. So sanction supervision is first one, and second one are goods of cultural value. But these two, how are they linked? So I'm going to get into details here. Then health and safety, medications, so that we will not have forged medications. For example, it's not only about medication, but also toys. So we want to make sure that we will not have toys entering the country which do not have, which have not been through the quality control, pose a danger for our children. Live animals, food, for example, milk and meat cannot be transported across the border. So fresh meat is also linked to an important smuggling detection. So I'm going to talk about this a bit later. So that means that our role is actually quite extensive. And I'm very proud that I work in the customs field, in the Tax and Customs Board. So our goal when it comes to the protection of the economic environment of society, when it comes to many goods, there are many prohibitions and restrictions which are in place, which it also includes sanctions. So there is a shared commonality here, which characterizes these goods which are under sanctions and restrictions. So they usually require special permission. That could be there. We're looking at forgeries, illegally acquired, especially for the works of cultural value, that items are being stolen from museums. Or there is the archaeology, which is illegal, so they're declared as an unrestricted goods and so forth. So prohibitions and restrictions are manifold. And I have a question for you, so maybe you can answer. So there are so many restrictions and sanctions, but can you tell me which goods cannot be transported across the border under any condition? The euros are under sanctions, so euros in cash are under sanctions. So transporting them across the border is not allowed, but there are exceptions. But there are some goods which in no case can be transported across the border. Drugs, guns or weapons. Thank you very much. It was a correct answer because weapons, narcotics, and cash, they are under very strict restrictions, but under certain conditions or legal exceptions, they can be transported across the border, including narcotic substances. For example, if there's a cooperation between universities and during certain official aspects of studies, we need to transport them. So when I was recruited about 20 years ago, then I also answered along the same lines. But it's simple. Intellectual property infringing goods, so all the forgeries, they cannot be transported under any condition. And the second category is everything which is linked to child pornography. There is no permission or nothing ever. So, but this is a little bit of a side. so that you would have a bit of an understanding of the work the customs does. So here we have a separate slide regarding the imposition of sanctions. So why did I list it separately? Because in every country there is qualification of works of cultural value different. So that means that every government has to look at certain items from a certain period under certain conditions. So these are different values when it comes to the national cultural goods. But when it comes to sanctions, according to the regulation, and so we have category 97, and in the category 97, paintings, works of art, collections, pieces and antiquities, and goods of cultural value. So this has also amended our supervisory focus on the border, and it has helped us to carry out this. So this also says, according to the customs code, what are the goods under these categories: paintings, drawings, pastels, antiques of an age exceeding 100 years. So you, of course, a specialist, you know, not all of these things are works of cultural value, because at the border we have also discovered different items. So when we send a query to the country of origin, and the answer is yes, it's old, it could be antique, but it does not qualify as a cultural goods. So we have, that means that we're looking at a different paragraph for the smuggled goods, or it could be that the goods are then returned to the owner. Now, talking about the legal acts, then my goal is not now to read out this list regarding this legislation or the responsibilities, because there are many. For example, prohibition and restrictions are regulated by 350 legal acts, both nationally and internationally. If we talk about the cultural goods, because it has at least 800 different regulations, where there are agreements, there is UNESCO agreement from 1970, and you can imagine that your world, where you inhabit of the cultural values, and you can imagine that for a customs official, what this world looks like. But we do not need to know all these legal acts, and that's not even possible, because we're not computers, and because our inspectors are very good. They've been trained, and they have a certain experience. So based on a certain indicator, they just need to have an alarm going off. So I can give you some examples as well. For example, detecting fresh meat. We have also found some much more important things. So here I have the list. So we have a specialist for restrictions and prohibitions. But an important thing I want to note, we have a picture as well. So this is the Ukrainian red list, because every country has its own red list if things have been stolen from museums, or it's been identified that in some illegal way they have acquired. Then one thing we always look when we have any doubt is the red list. So here we have an example of the Ukrainian red list. So as I said, 350 different legal acts. If we talk about the cultural goods, then 800 different legal acts or agreements. So our biggest cooperation partner is the National Heritage Board, and we cooperate with them when we have detected items which we believe could be of interest. And we have to determine the value, status, owners. And the best specialists are in the Heritage Board. So we send queries to them. We have we take photos. We send the items to them. Then at the end, there's a small announcement. This is the expert opinion from the board, so we can get a rough estimate of the price as well. So this is not the only cooperation where we asking the Heritage Board for information. And we ask for information, but we also offer a possibility on behalf of the Tax and Customs Board, which in other countries this procedure can be very expensive. But we've been cooperating with the St. Nicholas Church Museum. So here we have we are using our equipment to get the imaging of an altar. It's not a service we advertise, but we have always responded to the request of cooperation, and we have unique equipment which you can use. So I think this is really good, where we have the government sharing its capabilities. So because not each office needs to keep all the capabilities, and I think this cooperation example is very good. But now I think it's time for us to look at some of the more interesting things. So some of you maybe have seen this statue. So this is not of cultural goods, but I think it is a beautiful work of art. It's called Durga, goddess of war, victory. So there is a Romanian sculptor, Demetre Ciparus. Smugglers almost always have some sort of legend, some story, in case they are being caught. So when it comes to this beautiful statue, the story was very simple. That it's taking something to someone which is not really valuable, submitted an invoice with 244 euros. And I mentioned sanctions briefly. So this is a goods category 97 according to the customs code for the works of art. Then it also refers to luxury goods, which are under sanctions. So this is where this statute would fall under. And with the sanctions, it says very clearly that it's over 300 euros. So they wanted to bypass that as well. So they put 244 euros on a forged invoice. We did not believe it. So when we continued to this, then there's a completely different story behind it. Estimated value is 40 to 50,000 euros. So these are single works of art. So maybe somebody who is a collector who's willing to pay much more for it if it were sold. So then we have this kind of interesting thing because so this is something which has been discovered in Narva. It doesn't come from somewhere far away, but quite recent. So this is an ivory statue. So this is rhinoceros tusk under 3, which is under CITES convention. But these are not cultural values, but the beautiful works of art. And now we have a very famous story from 2018 from Luhamaa border crossing point. There was things discovered in a truck, which are quite unique. So the value in gold by weight was 72,000 euros. So this is 1st to 3rd century before Christ were these items. So this kind of finding was unique for us. So how did we find it? Was that the truck driver, there was a compartment. It wasn't hidden, but there was fresh meat in a compartment. And then we thought that maybe some other infringements there as well. So we sent it to Hungary. We had the full imaging X-ray, and then we found certain items which were wrapped in paper. And then the driver tried to distract the customs inspectors, follow them, ask questions, and at the end was not hurt, but pretended to fall and not being able to get up anymore. So it's all on video. And then when ended the circus after a little bit, but it was all prepared in order to distract the customs officials so that the customs officials would not reach the hiding place. There are certain photos of these items. So over 200 items. So it's very interesting. There's a link there as well with the photos, and so you can look at it. So yeah, pendants, some vessels. I thought it was broken vessel, but it seems to be not broken. So this is a design, so some other sort of item. Going back for a moment. So it was confirmed that these were items dug out from occupied territory in Ukraine. So we returned them to Ukraine. There's a Minister of Culture, Heidi Purga, handing over these archaeological findings to the Ukrainian ambassador. And next case, very quickly. So we have ancient sword. I think in the conference materials, it was a kind of funny title, but our customs official at Luhamaa border crossing point carried out a border inspection. Then under the bed, it was wrapped in the blankets as if it was like a cuddle pillow. So the inspector understood something is wrong because this pillow was a bit heavy, and this sword came out. And the sword still had bits of soil and plants on it because it had been dug out quite recently from the ground. So here we have the carvings you can see on the sword. So this was quite interesting. And what is most important, so during this discovery, we were not able to identify how and where and when. Then the initial, the next act would have been, according to the UNESCO Convention, to hand the sword over to the country where it came from, to Russia. But there was a story of the sword, and And not somebody from Ukraine saw this article who recognized that this is a sword they had just recently seen in Ukraine. So it was proven, and it was handed over to the Ukrainian side. So thank you very much for listening, and I'm happy to answer your questions.
Jaa, aitäh. Kas on mõni kiire küsimus?
Are there any questions? I would like to understand. What about old books? Are they in the same group or chapter 97? Actually, I cannot answer precisely, but it can well be so, because establishing the goods code is a complicated process. Not in the sense that it is really complicated, but you have to take into account all sorts of nuances. Chapter 97 speaks about works of art. And for the purposes of sanctions and 300 euros as a luxury good is also important, but this sword can definitely can be also in the same group. The question was how big a problem is with books. Sorry, I misunderstood you. Books. The problem is not a grave problem, but for us, the following we have to do. When we have any suspicion, then we have to withhold this piece of good. It need not be smuggled goods or goods of cultural value. And then we are going to cooperate with the Heritage Board and other law enforcement bodies, Police and Border Guard Board, for example. And when things are clearer, then we will know whether the book is, what kind of a code it is that this book falls under. Thank you. We are a little bit pressed for time. And the presentation is followed by a festive part. This is a very honorable part for me because the Tax and Border Guard Board found icons in Luhamaa, and 7 of them we would like to hand over. We would like to hand over to the Narva Museum. I think, Maria, you will receive them. These icons have been properly packed so as not to harm them. The photos are here as well, so it's a big honor for me to hand over the work that our good customs officers have performed. They have discovered these 7 very valuable icons, so we would like to hand them over to you. I wouldn't want to take them out. So you should hand them over to the head of collections. Many thanks. As a result of the cooperation, now the Narva Museum branch has an icon chamber. It's been open for 2 years already, and there's also tours there where we discuss the fate of icons, and not only. Many thanks, really. Thank you. Thanks, Hans Gutti, for your presentation. I'm not going to go away yet, but we have exhausted the first part of our conference. We are going to have a 20-minute break, coffee break, and we shall meet again after coffee at noon, so we can all stretch our legs and talk to each other. Thank you.
ja läheme nüüd oma konverentsiga edasi.
Let us proceed with our conference. Once again, please either switch off your phones or put them on silent mode in case you haven't done it yet. And we are going to listen to the next presentation. The presenter does not need really introduction, but Maria Smorzewski-Smirnova is the member of the Narva Museum Management Board, and she's going to tell us about borders and culture, the mission and practices of Narva Museum. Thank you. In my presentation, I consider culture not as an autonomous sphere, but as a space for the symbolic production of borders, a place where political, ideological, and identity borders are being created. I have examples of the Venice Biennale, Russian museum policy, and the case of the Narva Museum, and I will use these to attempt to show how cultural institutions become participants in contemporary conflicts over memory and representation. Our conference is taking place at a time when discussions about the boundaries of culture, its role and its status in today's world have moved far beyond cultural institutions themselves. The question of where the boundary lies between culture and politics has become especially topical in the context of military and geopolitical crises. Today, the focus of attention is on the Venice Biennale and the question of whether the return of the Russian pavilion to this major forum of contemporary world art is acceptable. Let me remind you that in 2022, Russia was excluded from participating in the Biennale because of its full-scale military invasion of Ukraine. But the president of the Biennale explains the decision to readmit Russia by invoking the autonomy of the artistic process and says that art must remain a neutral space for dialogue without censorship. But at the same time, it is quite clear that autonomy and neutral space are conditional terms. The Biennale is generously financed not only by private individuals and corporations, but by the governments of participating countries. And national pavilions are forms of cultural representation of states. And this raises a justified question. In the case of contemporary Russia, can we really speak about the freedom and autonomy of art when we know that cultural expression there is formed under conditions of total state control? When we know how many artists and cultural figures are imprisoned for anti-war statements, and how many of them have already died in custody under unclear circumstances. The news of Russia's participation was announced already at the beginning of the year, and this triggered a wave of protest from cultural figures around the world. The European Union withdrew its funding. The Italian Minister of Culture refused for the first time in the history of the Biennale to attend the opening, and the international jury resigned, declaring before resigning that it would not allow countries whose leaders are accused by international courts of war crimes against humanity to compete for the Golden Lion. It was quite obvious that they were referring to Russia and Israel. Thus, the very situation surrounding the Biennale demonstrated that the boundary between culture and politics is not dissolving. On the contrary, It is becoming the subject of intense conflict. At the same time, it is important to remember that the Venice Biennale has, for more than 130 years, shaped the directions of contemporary art and endowed national pavilions with immense symbolic status. What is presented here receives global legitimization. Let's now look at exactly what the Russian pavilion presents. On Tuesday, the 5th of May, flowers hung from the ceiling inside the building, and the musicians were performed on balalaikas, the Russian string instruments. In the coming months, a video recording of the performance will be projected onto the exterior walls of the building. This is what Reuters has written. The Russian side describes this project as a collective musical performance titled The Tree Rooted in the Sky. Around 40 musicians, artists, and philosophers are participating in the project, including the ensemble Toloka, which performs authentic folk songs. Representatives of other countries have also joined the project. Sound artists and DJs from Argentina, Brazil, Mali, Mexico, and South Africa. This is also an important detail. The format itself is also noteworthy. Until May the 8th, the pavilion is open only to invited guests. But on the 9th of May, tomorrow, Saturday, when the Biennale opens to the general public, the pavilion will close its doors and the performance will move as a video projection outside. It will be displayed on the pavilion walls for several months. Thus, the artistic statement literally leaves the boundaries of the pavilion and begins to operate in external space or public space. The representative Mikhail Shvitkoy made an official comment. This is revealing. Shvitkoy is a special representative of the President of the Russian Federation for International Cultural Cooperation, and he said the following: I proceed from the Olympic motto. What matters is not victory, but participation. Under the current circumstances, we did not expect any victories, but it is important for us to present our work, and I believe this is the most important thing. It is important to show Russian culture in all its diversity. It is important to convey a certain message to the world. And this project is imbued with humanism in the highest and best sense of the word. End of quote. And the reference to the Olympic Games is, of course, not accidental. It shows a familiar narrative that sport and culture are outside politics. At the same time, however, another voice, an alternative voice emerges in Venice. An unofficial pavilion appeared in Venice bearing the slogan, "We are against empire," where representatives of the peoples of Russia declared, Russia has no right to represent us. The pavilion attracted significant media attention. And on the Facebook page, the profile of the League of Free Nations announced its opening with the following statement: Russia has no right to represent us. This performance is a response to the unspoken rule of Russian imperial cultural policy. If you want to reach the world stage, you have to go through Moscow. Only the Kremlin decides who to present, within what framework, and with what narrative. The Biennale is not a Russian event. And the voice of a Buryat or Tatar artist does not need a translator from Moscow. Another striking performance, widely covered in international media, was staged outside the Russian pavilion by activists from Pussy Riot and Femen. Among other things, they displayed signs and chanted the following slogans. Russia kills. Biennale exhibits. Disobey, disobey, disobey. Art for show, graves below. Blood is Russia's art. Slava Ukraini. Russia's attempt through a pavilion filled with flowers, girls, and balalaikas to send a message to the world and remind audiences of humanism in the 5th year of a bloody war. This was significantly undermined by these actions, which attracted the attention of journalists worldwide. Such actions stand in sharp contrast with the official image of the Biennale as a apolitical cultural project and expose the conflict between representation and reality. As a result, it becomes obvious that culture is no longer a neutral space. It is an instrument of influence and a tool for erasing the boundaries of what is acceptable. This tension between culture as a dialogue among equals and culture as an ideological instrument has become central today. In 2007, the director of the Hermitage Museum, Mikhail Piotrovsky, wrote in this article, "A cultural brand is more valuable than oil," about the alignment of museum activity with Russia's foreign policy interests. The occasion was the establishment of a Hermitage Center in Italy. Piotrovsky emphasized that the project was implemented with the participation of top state officials and that the Hermitage was coming to Europe with its own ideas, ideology, and material. He then explained the purpose of such projects even more openly. The museum brand should restore interest in Russia and strengthen its political and economic influence in the world through exhibitions, lectures, and cultural presence. These texts were later included in the collection titled "There Are No Taboos for Museums," which gathered Piotrovsky's articles from 2005 to 2015. Throughout the book, the same idea recurs. Culture must stand above political interests. Yet, precisely under this thesis, in the best traditions of propaganda, a step-by-step argument is constructed in favor of Russian cultural influence as a form of political and ideological presence. A revealing text from 2008 concerns the Russo-Georgian War. Piotrovsky avoids the word war itself and says that tragic events should not interfere with the restoration of cultural ties. And he emphasizes that Hermitage's archaeological expeditions would continue despite the conflict. He then turns to Lithuania and the Hermitage Guggenheim Museum project in Vilnius. When the journalists asked whether Russia wanted to restore its influence through the museum, he answered quite directly, "Of course we want to restore influence and ties. Čiurlionis is our Petersburg artist. Our cultural presence and influence in Lithuania and Georgia must continue." End of quote. Here, the culture is declared as a space outside politics, while simultaneously it is used as an instrument for expanding political and symbolic influence. The article concludes with an almost programmatic thesis. Military men say there are things that are more important than peace, but there are also things more important than war, namely the preservation of culture and cultural heritage. And this raises an important question. Who exactly receives the right to determine what should be preserved, where, and on what grounds? Piotrowski returned to this theme again on the 26th of March 2014. This is the day of the final annexation of Crimea. He expressed concern about the fate of the Biennale Manifesta 10, which was scheduled to open that summer at the Hermitage despite calls for a boycott. He repeats that museums must not be used for political purposes and describes the events surrounding Crimea as a great chess game, as though implying that nothing depends on us. At the same time as Piotrowski himself recounts, the Hermitage was publishing daily materials about Crimea on social media. Images from the area of Catherine the Great, the Crimean War, imperial symbols, and historical artifacts. This must be shown, he writes, so that people remember what Crimea is. Or in other words, the museum here becomes an instrument for advancing the narrative that Crimea is ours, Krym nash. Historical and cultural heritage is used as an argument to legitimize the redrawing of the borders of a sovereign state. Piotrowski also emphasized that museum and archaeological ties with Crimea have never ceased, and that after the annexation, he does not mention annexation, obviously, nothing changed for the Hermitage. Moreover, transporting archaeological finds to Russian museum for exhibitions would now become much easier, and in this logic, the state border becomes secondary to the universal mission of the Great Museum. The idea of the Universal Museum, this is what Piotrowski said, this is an idea that seems to stand above borders and politics, and it has become extremely dangerous in the context of today's full-scale war in Ukraine and against Russia's imperial ambitions. In practice, behind the rhetoric of universality lies the right of the powerful, the right to interpret someone else's heritage as one's own, to speak on behalf of the other territories and cultures, and ultimately to raise the boundaries of cultural and national identity. This is precisely what we are witnessing today in Russia's ideological and military doctrine toward Ukraine. For Russia, culture has been an inseparable part of state ideology and expansionist policy since the times of Peter the Great. Today, in the context of Russia's military aggression, the whole world is speaking about soft power, the strategies Russia employs to pursue its aims by using culture as an instrument of propaganda. Today, it is quite appropriate to say that under the guise of the great Russian culture, Russian propaganda is being expanded abroad. Its primary task is to legitimize the war in Ukraine and divert attention from Russia's war crimes committed not only against humanity, but also against Ukraine's cultural heritage. That is precisely why the question of the boundaries of culture is not for us an abstract theoretical discussion. In Narva, it acquires a literal, physical, and at the same time symbolic dimension. On the 9th of May 2023, the Narva Museum, for the first time, placed a banner reading, "Putin is a war criminal," on its wall. We accompanied the publication of the banner on Facebook with a short explanation, "The border is here." In this way, we expressed our position regarding what is taking place on the opposite bank. Russia organized a rally concert for the Estonian shore. All screens and stages are facing Narva, and this concert is called Shores of Victory. Victory over fascism in the so-called Great Patriotic War serves here as an industrial bridge. for its direct comparison with today's war in Ukraine and for the glorification of Russia's military power. The present is presented as a reconstruction of the past, including the sacred mission of war, Russia's struggle against Nazism and fascism. Each year, the scale of this event grows. The visual design of the concert underscores the central message. When you look at the slides, this is last year and again, and the message is, victory will be ours. But something else is even more important. This staging conveys a clear symbolic signal, as though there were no fundamental differences between Ivangorod and Narva. One country, one victory. This is the next slogan. Одна страна, одна победа. Once again, we encounter the same logic I mentioned earlier, an attempt to use culture, memory, and symbolic space to blur political and moral boundaries. This is not only a manipulation of history and the present, but also an attempt to symbolically erase the border between the two shores. Today, Russia demonstrates consistently to the world the idea that its borders never end anywhere. These words, once spoken by Vladimir Putin, were widely circulated, and they also appeared in December 2023 on a large banner near the border crossing in Ivangorod. This was shortly after Finland closed its border with Russia. And the 9th of May concert, organized with the participation of popular Russian musicians, has become part of sustaining this narrative, and not longer only in political but cultural meaning as well. And this is why silence for us in this situation is not possible. Since its foundation in the 13th century, the Narva castle has been the boundary between East and West. Today, a border marker stands at the foot of Narva castle, and the distance to the Russian fortress of Ivangorod is only 101 meters. But this is not merely about a geographical dividing line. It's a border between different understandings about freedom, memory, dignity, and the value of human life and value systems. And we do understand, although unfortunately many spectators of the concert do not understand this, we understand that it is impossible to exploit the memory of victory over fascism to justify a new bloody war. That is why on the 9th of May, the Narva Museum places its message on the castle wall. For us, this banner is not a political slogan, but a public statement about truth, responsibility, and solidarity with Ukraine, including with its cultural institutions. We call war as a war, and a war criminal a war criminal. And in this sense, the banner, the border is here, speaks not only about the state border between Estonia and Russia. It speaks about the need of defining the boundaries of what is acceptable, boundaries between truth and propaganda, between memory and its exploitation, between culture as a space for dialogue and culture as an instrument for justifying violence. The inviolability of state borders is a fundamental principle of the European order, one that Europe arrived at through the tragic historical experience of wars and dictatorships. And that is why it is especially important to remember today, museums are not neutral spaces. They preserve memory, shape a public discourse, the language thereof, and protect identity. And in moments of historical crisis, speaking the truth becomes not a political gesture, but a form of professional and human responsibility. Thank you.
Aitäh selle põhjaliku ja
Thank you very much for this very thorough and clear presentation. Are there any comments, any questions? So I have a question. So in Venice Biennale, the next time also will be Russians participating. What does the organizer think? Unfortunately, I can't answer. I'm following the media and reactions. How the discussions are going on Facebook, social media, how the big newspapers of the world write about it. And this is also something we discuss here because I had a completely different structure of the presentation before, and I decided that I have to talk about things which are happening now, since we are living in a sort of time of history where the history is taking place now. We need to discuss what's happening in the world. We have to be honest. So this is the Narva Castle, which includes Narva Museum. So I understand that museum has to be neutral. Is that what you meant? No, because this is what Michal Petrovsky says all the time, and all the people who are supporting. And I raised the question whether cultural is neutral. So who owns the castle? Belongs to the Estonian government. Did anybody ask people who live in Narva whether we want to have this poster there on the wall? Was there a survey? No, there was no survey because cultural institution needs to make a decision what it is, what they do. If we organize a community exhibition, that's one thing. No, that's a different discussion. That's our clear discussion. Culture is not neutral, as I said, and I can't just accept what is happening on the other side as they are manipulating history, because we are a history memory institution, and we are border castle and a border city. And every museum reflects a certain value system. This is a fact. And I'm surprised that why didn't you ask about any flags? Because a lot of people, did anybody discuss with the museum team with children in Narva, that why are these flags there? Because right now the bastion has been decorated with the EU, Ukrainian, Estonian, and Narva flags. No, because at a certain point of time, we have all sorts of competence in order to understand where is manipulation. Estonia is Estonia. But we know exactly who is our neighbor. It's the same aggressor country who's manipulating. With the microphone, please. We can continue the discussion during the lunch, but if you want to have a question, then you had an opportunity. And And we need to continue with the next speaker.
Ma vastan ikkagi, et muuseumid on...
I will answer that museum is the place where you hold the discussion, and this is where the discussion is, and this is also important. So if we don't say anything, if we remain quiet, then there's no point of having museums. There's no point of organizing exhibitions. Museums are places where the discussions are being held, and we're not neutral.
Aitäh. Me praegusel hetkel saab meie aeg otsa.
Running out of time right now. Microphone, please.
Микрофон. Оодake, подождите, пожалуйста, микрофон. Да. Конференция транслируется у нас на 3 языках. Вы можете задавать вопросы, комментировать на русском языке. Это переводится синхронно.
Спасибо. Ну, эстонский я только учу, а на английском мне просто не хватит эмоций выразить. Я беженка Украины и специально пришла на этот семинар, чтобы лично вас поблагодарить за это.
I'm a refugee from Ukraine, and I came to the seminar in order to thank you personally for your bravery of the Narva Museum. It's our museum because I'm been here for 4 years now. I want to thank you for this bravery so that you show the aggressor country what the real face is like, showing them the poster. So I hope that people in Narva and people here who live here will wake up in the morning and understand that this was aggression. My compatriots are dying. Why? We should have prevented this war, and this did not happen. But we know that 9th of May is coming. It's a big holiday. My grandparents, who were very young at the time, one of them was in a concentration camp, and they were defending their country. I'm coming from Nikolaev, which is between Kherson and Odessa, and I was forced to leave because Nikolaev, our city, is a former marine city, and it was under siege as Leningrad used to be. We had no water. Kherson city sent us water, and the pipeline was blown up, so we didn't even have drinking water. So my compatriots, my people of my own city, are still carrying the water as much as they can in order to have drinking water. Because the water purification plants have been damaged, they are overburdened. We also have high mineral content in the water. We cannot really drink it. So we're experiencing attacks all the time, same for Odessa. And my relative is my sister, who is a midwife, already 74, says that the birth rate has gone down, of course, and they are trying to capture the men, and they are being taken to the front lines. So the ones who went first were volunteers, and they have not had holidays. They are rotting there in the field of war. Unfortunately, this is our difficult reality. So I would ask the people here to wake up and to look around. There are many videos also on YouTube. I know that there are many nationalities in Narva. Many people came here to the power stations to work. And my request is also to the young people, don't be zombies. Face the life, face the truth, and the truth will be visible, and aggressor can also end up here. 9th of May, unfortunately, is a problematic event. You should understand history and don't confuse these things. Yes, I agree with you, but thank you very much for what you said. And I would like to thank you. I understand you have made the right decision. I think that we'll remember you. I apologize I took up so much time.
And now we continue with a presentation in English, telling us culture and history without borders, lessons learned from Swedish experience. And we have here Helene Rånlund, co-founder and chair of the National Committee Blue Shield Sweden, and former Director General of the National Swedish Museums of Military History. Please.
Thank you so much. You hear me like this? Thank you so much for inviting me here. It's a great honor, and I would just like to comment on the previous, even I didn't understand all in the end, but I understand that the topic I also will talk about, culture and history without borders, there is a difference between, significant difference here, because it depends on the borders of being a democracy or being a totalitarian state. And what we are now trying to discuss in this very interesting day is that to tell the history based on truth, and also to together find a way to defend ourselves against the cognitive war that is going on. And I just came from a conference in Warsaw with a lot of museums from Ukraine, and it was arranged by Poland and Germany. And the topic there was culture and cultural heritage as a part of security policy, because it is really a very urgent matter. So I will talk about, let's see if I learn this right. No. Yes. Short introduction. Cooperations and then over borders or not over borders, it depends on how you describe it. Cooperations can be shaped in many ways depending on circumstances and stipulated conditions due to actual borders written on a map and from different treaties of peace, but there can be other borders. The experiences can also be affected by expectations from the partners involved in cooperations or contacts because of invisible boundaries. The ongoing war in Europe, the aggression against Ukraine, has been the starting point of many new cooperations and networks within the culture and cultural heritage sector. Some reflections will here be shared from the Swedish experience of co-producing exhibitions during an ongoing armed conflict, and also with Bosnia and Herzegovina, who is a country in a post-war situation, but that there are still tensions. And now, during the ongoing war in Europe and against Ukraine, these tensions are again present also there in the Western Balkans. So, what has shaped the Swedish relation to history and culture? Within the museum sector, you can find museums specialized in different historical fields or scientific fields, different eras, history for different geographical areas, like local and regional, art, design, nature, transport, industrial history. One common thing for all museums is that we have been developed during the same time. They have been developed during the same time and during different circumstances of developing the democracy in all our different nations. Museums within the field of military history and war museums are traditionally telling the history of war by military strategies or technical development regarding artillery and warships and air force. Very often the museums were created as a mirror of the armed forces on a national level or on a regional level. And in many countries where war has been a major trauma, for example, after the First and Second World War, forces, the people, the nation memorial places are an important way for people to honor the fallen heroes. But it can also be a way to honor the imperialistic view on that you want to present about the nation. It is more than 200 years ago since Sweden was at war. Nevertheless, the 500 years of history of the Swedish Army and the Swedish Marine are well documented in our museums, mainly with focus on these military achievements and traditions. We had 500 years anniversary a couple of years ago for the Army and the Marine, and this year we have 100 years for the Air Force. During the Cold War era, Sweden had one of the largest armed forces of defense, not war, in comparison to our size as nation. The reason was that Sweden did not take part in any defense alliances if attacked. So in other words, we needed to have a defense strong enough to make it too costly for the Soviet Union to attack us. The presence of the armed forces has therefore been a significant part of the Swedish society and hence part of the history and identity in many regional and local cities, especially for the older generations, who everyone has a relation in some way, maybe as a civil servant or as a military, but also a lot of people have been working in the defense sector, and this is now increasing the industrial defense sector. And of course the military service, which is now back in Sweden since 2015. And regarding the defense industry, there were very many women working there. In comparison to most other countries in Europe, very few people growing up in Sweden during the last 200 years have had the experience of living in circumstances of armed conflict. We have stayed aside. There are, however, exceptions that I will come back to. The historical times of actual warfare were connected to the great power era of Sweden, the 16th and until 18th century, and you know this very well here in Narva, the Northern Great War, etc. So I will not go into that. But the imperialistic ambitions of that time was the ruling kings wanted also in Sweden to increase their empire. In 2023, Sweden celebrated 100 years of democracy. And in comparison to most other European countries, also your country, the Swedish society, based on democratic values, has developed without the same threats and challenges of losing our freedom. The fall of the Berlin Wall in 1989 was interpreted by Sweden and many with us in Europe and the free world as a starting point of a Europe where our societies could develop in peace, built on trust and cooperation, regardless of borders, and with respect of our different histories. The following dismantling of the armed forces, as well as the civil defense capacity during 20 to 25 years after 1989, led to many shifts in the Swedish society. Effects with many layers that not yet have been fully documented. So this is also something we need to do. Now we are on the way to rebuild our forces, our total defense again. During this time, also during the Cold War era, Sweden has become the new home for many people with experiences of armed conflict and persecution from Europe. We can see from Hungary in the 1950s, from Poland, from Estonia, from the Baltic neighbors, all of you, from the Middle East, from Asia. During the 1990s, during the war in the former Yugoslavia, around 100,000 fugitives escaped the war and came to Sweden. Some went back, but many of them stayed and made a life in Sweden. During the Second World War, we had around more than 70,000 Finnish war children who were sent by their families to Sweden to be safe. Around 15% of these children stayed on in Sweden because they could never find a way to reconnect with their families because they were so small when they came that they couldn't relate and live in Finland. So, now I will change the picture here. So what is now shaping the work in the museums and in the cultural heritage sector? Because we start from a different place than you do. Just see if I have the right page here. No, sorry. Okay, I continue. There, I can see here. So what has then changed the situation, recent changes affecting also culture and history? As I mentioned, 2015, the total defense started to be rebuilt again, and that was because of the annexation of Crimea and the eastern parts of Ukraine. We had been very naive, dismantling the whole total defense, also the civilian and the preparedness, and also our minds. We were believing in trust, and then there was the change started. And as you probably know, after the full-scale invasion of Ukraine in 2022, Sweden very, very rapidly made a complete change regarding membership in NATO. It took some time, also because of a lot of disinformation campaigns and struggle, but we became, after 200 years, an ally again. And it's very, I will say some words about the exhibition we were making with Ukraine, because there have been these crossroads in history before between Charles XII and the Hetman Mazepa, who made alliances to stand up for the freedom of the Cossacks and the Cossack state. So the last, well, maybe last 5 years, but increasingly every year, the role of cultural heritage in military and hybrid warfare has been acknowledged, because culture and cultural heritage is actually a weapon. In Ukraine, museums, cultural heritage is targeted, and I will not go into figures, but it is a big, it's a terror in this field also. And the most difficult thing is this war, this cognitive war that we were discussing yesterday at the conference and also here now, because it is a way to change our minds, our thoughts. And it's a very dangerous weapon, because it's also now, in the digital area, everything goes very fast. So, since only 2 years, soon 3, in Sweden, we have included cultural heritage protection as a significant part of the civil defense. So we are now trying to understand this in the consequences of these changes. So, from historical and cultural borders, I would like to say that we go to a shared responsibility for standing up for and protecting the cultural heritage, and with the help of contemporary also documentation and also culture in Europe. And we need to do this on different levels, we are one united Europe, but we are also nations, so it needs to have our own identity, but you also need to have your local identities, you need to have your individual identity, but without your knowing about your roots, you have very difficult to find a way forward. And the most significant here is, of course, that this is based on freedom and democratic values, that we share these values. So here you see from the artifact presented in this exhibition project that we started working on in 2023, and it opened in February 2024. Crossroads, Sweden-Ukraine during 1,000 years. And this was actually, parts of this exhibition was not completely new because in 2008 and in 2010 there was an exhibition first presented in Kiev with artifacts from Sweden and archival documents that are kept in our archives and as trophy banners from the previous wars during the 16th and 17th centuries. And this might sound ironic, why do we keep this? But this is an agreement, an international agreement that you don't give back these trophies. And colleagues from Lithuania have said that it was very fortunate that we didn't get the Lithuanian banners back because they would have been destroyed by the Soviet Union during the Second World War. So this is one way to see also that we can, but still there is this colonial history that we need to lift off our minds, and we are still affected by this in different, both in regarding culture, music, literature, but also the concept of history. And the purpose of this exhibition was to tell about the history of Ukraine with artifacts from historical times in Sweden. The first constitution from 1710 that was written by Philip Orlik. And this was, amazingly, it is actually the first example of a kind of democratic constitution with division of power, not in a modern way, but it's really unique. And then also to show these banners that has been presented in Kiev and also in New York, but never in Sweden. And I asked the Director General from War Museum, Mr. Yuri Savchuk, who also from the beginning is an historian specializing in banners and flags, because he studied them in our museum 25 years ago, unknown banners, and he discovered that a large number of the banners that were taken as trophies were actually Cossack flags. So this, and here we decided that together, and also with the National Archives in Sweden, to present this as an exhibition based on the previous one, but to prolong it to 1,000 years back, when Princess Ingegerd of Sigtuna married Prince Yaroslav the Wise in 1017 or 21. I don't remember the year. And so to focus on Crossroads, where we actually could have artifacts both from Ukraine and from Sweden. So we, during the ongoing war, we presented this exhibition with cultural heritage artifacts from both countries, from 15 different institutions in Ukraine. It was really very short time, but it was important to tell about the history, unknown history, also for Swedish people in Ukraine. So it has been a very important project also to shape this identity of history for Ukraine, one piece of puzzle in this long road to do this, because it's also affected by this colonial, both Russian and Soviet times when there have been oppression against Ukraine. So that was one example. And we also had, of course, from different institutions in Sweden where we could find traces of Ukrainian history, not only at the National Archives. So to do this is one way to present history and also to connect it all the way to present time, because that was the ending of the ending of our exhibition then, the change in Sweden and the NATO alliance, which was not really decided then or approved, but it's also important to tell about, with facts, the contemporary history for people to understand, and especially young people. So, 2 minutes. Oh, then I will. No, I did something wrong. I'm sorry, I'm not used to this one. I'm sorry. It's me who... It's there again? And how do I go back? There. I just want to say one word. I'm very sorry for... it was this beginning also. From historical and cultural borders to shared responsibility. We also, I just want to mention, we will show one short film after my presentation, Listen and Share. And this is an exhibition with voices from people who were children when they grew up during armed conflict. And it's a museum in Bosnia and Herzegovina, in Sarajevo. They also work now in Kiev. And it's artifacts and stories from children. And we presented this in Air Force Museum. And we also gathered some new stories from 90-year-old people who were war children during the, who came to the Second World War. And this, I must say, was very, very emotional for them, because it was still very, very clear memory for them. So we need also to tell about our experiences. And very quickly, some lessons learned. It's very difficult with one partner in a war situation. You need to be very flexible, but still it is important to do this work. We need to work on taking away difficulties with legislation and problems with insurances and so on, but that is more technical things. We also work in different ways in our different countries, but it's a very, very good way to learn, and also both in collection management, but also how to create exhibitions. Contemporary history, especially about difficult topics like war, is a provocation for many people, but it's necessary, so it takes courage. And we also have to be open-minded and listen to each other about the expectations and objectives, because they can be different. And what I'm very happy about is that this has built a foundation for continuing collaboration within the archive field and also in research. And to work together means that you also create relationships, and you will be there for each other when you need each other. So doing this, to work together across the borders will take away the borders, but we get much stronger, and we need to do this also in the cognitive field by doing exhibitions, by working together. And the most important is that we do this for the children, who also was mentioned here before, so they can get an understanding and shape their own view and their own future based on democratic values. So that is what I wanted to present. So I will finish by showing a short film from Swedish students who visited the Listen and Share exhibition in Linköping and what happened after that.
2014, the war in the Gaza Strip lasted for 50 days. Our home was no longer safe. So at the time, I was 8 years old. The reason we decided to make our project about the War Childhood Museum is solely based on how we felt learning about it. We often learn about very bad things happening in the world right now and in the past, and it's hard to feel hopeful sometimes. Learning about the War Childhood Museum has really inspired something in us that we had rarely felt before in class and in our lives, given the world situation right now.
So for me personally, there was a little girl's shirt in the exhibit, and it had 3 different punctures in it, and around them was blood. And for me, that was extremely visceral because it absolutely made you confront the exact reason we were in this space to begin with. This small little girl's shirt with blood on it.
I hope that viewers will leave this video with a deeper emotional and intellectual understanding of how war affects children's lives.
Thank you.
Thank you for your very interesting insight and view.
And I'm sorry about this.
It's all okay. You know, it's without such a small, tiny things, there will be no proper conference. So thank you for that. So, questions, comments? Yeah.
So, first of all, thanks, quite interesting overview. And I have to say that I visited both museums, War Museum and Museum in Linköping, right? And being there, there's always a feeling that you try to be neutral, right? But still, you feel that in some rooms, in some expositions, you feel like affected. You feel something that you understand differently, right? And the previous presentation mentioned that the museum is about discussions, the place for discussions, right? And you said that museum has to be provocative somehow. And my question is, how do you feel? Not about your museum in general, the museum landscape. How big should be that provocation? Is it expected? Should it be always, everywhere? Or is it maybe not expected?
Yes, I think especially for these kinds of museums, like in Ukraine now, all kinds of museums tell about war. It's not only the War Museum. Also the art museums do that now because they document the present and they need to tell about this also to feel that they can handle everything. But I think doing this exhibition about Crossroads, it was provocative for some groups, not only easy for historians either, because you want to wait and look back at history. And this is something that we need to talk about, I think, in the Historical Academy. And also, you have to do both. You have to be doing research, but like we heard the presentations before, you also need to connect it to the present time, because otherwise it is not, it doesn't affect people. It doesn't make you think, okay, interesting about Charles XII, and he had this, and it looked, but you can look at that and can be interested in that, of course, and in different types of artifacts, but you also need to to bring something to have the visitors bring something with them from this, to make them think about, okay, what has this brought us where we are today? In technical museums, you can also find things that are related to, I mean, everything is like this, and we have to have different categories, but I think museums, depending on what they have, the subject they deal with, they have to find their way to make people think and feel, to touch here, and if it's art or something else, and then to help them reflect and have this dialogue, because there is no right and no wrong, but you need to have the right to think and present knowledge. That's what I think. So I think this is coming more and more. And this is also the definition of ICOM, International Council of Museum. The definition of a museum is that you should provide knowledge, but should also be a place for reflecting, for discussing, and for developing society.
Yeah. So, please.
Yeah.
Yeah, thank you. I don't actually remember if you said about that without knowing your roots.
Yes.
Yeah, you said that.
Yeah.
All right. So, can you give a right proportion between, like the museum, the aim of the museum? How big portion has to be this information about past and about nowadays?
I don't think there is a way to decide exactly, depending on, for example, if you have these two museums where I worked before, the Air Force Museum covers only the 20th century. So they describe the development of the Air Force in Sweden and why and how also a lot of things become civilian. How does it work to fly? You know, also these mathematical, technical things. So you can have different aspects, even if you then are a kind of a war and defense museum. But then when we now have history changing almost every day, we also have, it's very strange if we stop in 2010 in Sweden and have no information that, okay, now we are not neutral anymore, we are also a member of NATO. That information you need to have, because otherwise you can't understand the road there. So it is something the museum must do in a professional way, based on facts and knowledge, but also to show, for example, now, like in Ukraine, it's necessary for them also to show the bad things that happen, because people need to see this. They want that because they need it now.
I just wanted to ask also, like this conception that the exhibitions and the museum work must be also like somewhat positively provoking in order to make some kind of discussion, so that the people start to think.
To invite for
yeah,
discussion,
yeah.
yes.
Exactly.
Mm-hmm.
So that it's not like you're going to the exhibition and you see like a nice linear story. For instance, I remember I think in Bern in Switzerland at a museum, and it was so beautiful exhibition there about the history, how everything constantly went better and better and better. And then in 1977, our woman got also right to vote in Switzerland, and it was also like a served, like, you know, everything goes even more better.
Yes,
and
yes.
There wasn't like a thing like, but why only in 1977 or something like that? So the question is how new is this mental change of the museums? Because I think here also we see like some kind of misunderstanding that people come to the museum. There must be some calm storytelling, and then they come there and they are shocked. What is that?
Yes, I mean, I think you need a museum have to be inclusive in that way that different people can find different things. Children, the ones who are very interested in details, but it's difficult to have only that. And I think to tell the history with like a sender from experts, it can be interesting if you are very, very interested, but it's difficult for all people because everyone is not interested in details. So you have to, and everyone doesn't want to talk. They don't want to go with a guide tour. They want to go with this digital thing. So you should offer different things, but especially for schools, I think it's important to have this educational programs so you can help framing the subject that you want to show them. Because we all know that it's not always easy to have children to come to a museum, but they have to you have to attract them to discover somehow.
Yes. Thank you very much
Thank
once again. And so let's.
Thank you. Thank you.
Nii, ja nüüd me lähme edasi lõunaeelse kolmanda ettekandega, mida me küll...
Now we are going to have the last presentation before lunch. But we are watching this on video. We will listen to Julia Litvinets. She's director of the National Art Museum of Ukraine.
National exhibition activity.
So we're looking at the exhibition activity during wartime. So we have subtitles and it's held in Ukrainian.
Директор Національного художнього музею України. Моя доповідь буде присвячена роботі нашого музею під час повномасштабного вторгнення. І основний наголос я буду акцентувати саме на нашій міжнародній діяльності. Варто сказати, що у 2022 році, 24 лютого, коли розпочалось повномасштабне вторгнення, в той день до Національного художнього музею прийшли абсолютно всі співробітники нашого музею. І з самих перших хвилин свого приходу на роботу розпочалася робота з евакуації колекції. Звісно, першою справою було необхідно зняти 2 поверхи експозиції, всі картини, зняти і розмістити їх в місцях власного збереження, в наших фондосховищах, спустити, як кажуть, вниз, тому що фондосховища нашого музею знаходяться саме в підвалі. І ця колосальна робота була проведена нашими співробітниками за 1 робочий день. Враховуючи наш досвід, а я маю сказати, що музей знаходиться в центрі нашої столиці, фактично з нашого музею розпочинається урядовий квартал, і всі доленосні
Meie muuseum asub
практично на фасаді нашого музею. Тому досвід з евакуації колекції, з роботи в екстремальних умовах у співробітників був. Тому, перш за все, був розроблений план по чергуванню в музеї. Звісно, музей був закритий з першого ж дня, і залишалися у музеї по декілька співробітників, які мали не просто чергувати, вони жили в нашому музеї. На зміну першій групі прийшла наступна група на наступний день, і оця саме група співробітників практично залишилася жити в музеї до кінця травня 2022 року. І саме на цих 8 співробітників, які залишилися в музеї, і лягла вся відповідальність, вся робота по організації, пакуванню, евакуації, перестановки всередині музею творів. Фактично, вони на себе взяли цю складну відповідальність. І саме на них, крім усього, лягла і робота по видачі, організації логістики для творів на закордонні виставки. Варто сказати, що вся Україна розпочала жити, всі музеї, саме в такому режимі, в режимі евакуації колекцій, в режимі збереження наших колекцій. Першим масштабним проєктом, яким ми вирішили зайнятися, став проєкт, присвячений українському модернізму. Ще у березні 22-го року до нас звернувся, сконтактував з нами наш куратор Константин Кінша, який запропонував повернутися до ідеї міжнародного проєкту, великого проєкту, присвяченого українському модернізму. Ми планували цей проєкт зробити раніше, він мав бути в Людвіг-музеї в Угорщині ще в 2018-2019 роках, але в силу певних політичних причин він не відбувся. І ідея Константина повернутися до цього проєкту і почати його розроблювати була нами насправді дуже гаряче підтримана. Ми сподівалися, що до кінця 22-го року війна закінчиться. Ми планували, що в 16 листопада, чомусь саме так ми планували, вже все закінчиться. І до цього моменту нам обов'язково потрібно зробити цей проєкт. І ми вирішили його почати робити з видання. На той момент, на березень 22-го року, ми не знали, ні де буде проєкт, ні яким він буде, ні скільки це буде вартувати. Була просто навіть така необхідність робити щось важливе для України, важливе для держави. І цей проєкт якнайкраще підходив для такої от ідеї. І, перш за все, ми вирішили зробити ось такий ось каталог, до якого насправді увійшло набагато більше творів, чим врешті війшло до самої експозиції, але він був початком. Нашу ідею підтримала баронеса Франческа Тисен-Бернеміса, яка допомагала нам і віднайти кошти на цей проєкт, і на друк каталогу, і яка врешті-решт, як патронеса музею Тисена-Бернеміса в Мадриді, зголосилася підтримати нашу ініціативу і організувати проєкт в Мадриді. І розпочалася доволі важка робота, складна, тому що частина творів були вже евакуйовані, вони вже не знаходилися в Києві, їх потрібно було відреставрувати, їх потрібно було оформити, їх потрібно було додосліджувати для цього проєкту. І, звісно, в цю історію включилось багато людей, і твори, які були відібрані для проєкту, були реевакуйовані назад до музею. Вони були підготовлені до проєкту. Врешті до проєкту долучився і музей театрального, музичного та кіномистецтва України, який надав нам твори Олександра Екстер, Петрицького, які долучилися до нашого проєкту. Звісно, ми розуміли, що цих творів, насправді наших творів, недостатньо для того, щоб показати всю палітру модернізму, яка була на початку ХХ століття. І тут до нашої ідеї проєкту включився безпосередньо сам музей в Мадриді, музей Тисена-Бернеміса, які погодилися надати для цього проєкту власні твори. І не просто надати твори, а і переосмислити власне збереження. Наприклад, серед експонатів є твір Володимира Бурлюка. Я маю сказати, що в колекції Національного художнього музею немає творів Володимира Бурлюка. Він доволі рано загинув, ще молодою людиною. І ті одинокі твори доволі талановитого митця в нашу колекцію так і не попали. І музей Тисена-Бернеміса погодився дати для проєкту твори. І музей Тисена-Бернеміса переглядаючи власну колекцію, змінював наратив власному науковому обігу. Тому що митці, які довгий час вважалися російськими, хоча, звісно, були українськими і повністю пов'язані з Україною, деякі з них навіть ніколи не були в Росії, ставали українськими митцями. В цю роботу ми вкладали, звісно, не тільки важливий на той момент сенс збереження колекцій і навіть евакуації за межі держави, але і сенс встановлення такої історичної правди, повернення до України українських митців, які здобули собі всесвітні імена. Всі знають Олександру Екстер, знають Давида Бурлюка, знають Олександра Архипенка, але із такою агресивною культурною політикою, яку веде Росія, класично всі вважали їх російськими авангардистами, зовсім не розуміючи, не враховуючи Україну, українське мистецтво. Таким чином, наш проєкт поставив собі за мету доволі амбітні цілі, і він зміг їх досягнути. І врешті в Мадриді відкрилася виставка, відкрився прекрасний проєкт, як я вже сказала, до якого були залучені не тільки музеї з України, наш музей, музей театрального мистецтва, але і музейні і приватні збірки за кордоном. Я маю сказати, що видання, яке вже було готове на момент відкриття виставки, воно було внесено бібліотечною асоціацією, Всесвітньою бібліотечною асоціацією до переліку книг, які варто бібліотекам закуповувати і варто, як в десятку найкращих книжок. Тобто ми ще досягнули ще одну ціль, яку, напевно, навіть перед собою не ставили, але це трапилося. Я маю сказати, що проєкт, який відбувся в музеї Тисена Барнеміса в Мадриді, він отримав одну із найпрестижніших, найбільших нагород у світі, яка організована журналом «Аполло». Це найкращий виставковий проєкт 2022-2023 року. Після успіху в Мадриді наш проєкт став, скажімо так, користуватися попитом, тому що я маю сказати, що до Мадриду дуже багатьом музеям пропонувався він, але не в силу багатьох причин музеї світу боялися його брати, вони не знали, яким він вийде. Можливо, були ще й певні різні перепони. І от наступним музеєм, який взяв цю колекцію, взяв цей проєкт, це був музей в Кьольні, Людвіг-музей. І я маю сказати, що директор музею, пані Рита, дуже перейнялася взагалі цією історією. Вона не просто знайшла фінансування далі на проєкт, а вона взялася досліджувати власну колекцію Людвіг-музею в Кьольні і доволі системно працювати з нею і на предмет знаходження і зміни на, скажімо, користь України, українського мистецтва, багатьох митців. Я маю сказати, що дійсно в їх збірці є низка творів, пов'язані з Україною. Це і Єрмілов, який, знову ж таки, довгий час вважався російським митцем. І основне зауваження, яке було від дослідників, українських дослідників, це те, що в нашому проєкті не показаний Львів. А проєкт дійсно більш зосереджений був на Києві, зосереджений на Одесі, на Харкові, але львівська історія випала. І коли прийшла черга готувати наш проєкт уже у Відні, в Бельведері, де нам віддали весь нижній Бельведер під наш проєкт, у нас з'явилась нагода розширити наш проєкт і додати не просто модернізм, а додати іще і модерн, додати сецесію. І саме уже в частині сецесії до низки творів був доданий і Львів для того, щоб максимально показати всю палітру розвитку мистецтва, модернізму, мистецтва сецесії в Україні. Уже після Відня наша збірка, цей проєкт знову розділився на дві частини, і модернізм відправився до Лондону, а частина, яка стосувалася сецесії, відправилася до Словаччини. Після Лондону і Словаччини наш проєкт дуже на короткий час повернувся до України. І ми навіть зробили декілька невеличких виставкових проєктів. Ми розділили сецесію і модернізм на декілька невеликих виставкових проєктів, які розмістили в найбезпечніших музейних місцях. І наступна локація, твори знову були зібрані і відправлені до Польщі, до Лодзю, і представлені саме в музеї сучасного мистецтва в Лодзі. До проєкту в Лодзі також були додані твори уже з львівських музеїв, уже обов'язково із цим контекстом, і були додані твори безпосередньо із колекції музею в Лодзі. Також до проєкту в Польщі було додано важливий елемент, який, знову ж таки, в силу певних причин не був врахований, а це були додані декоративно-прикладне мистецтво. І це дуже важливо, тому що на початку ХХ століття був серйозна зацікавленість до народного мистецтва, ним цікавилися професійні митці, і навіть в музеї декоративного мистецтва, в нашому Київському, який колись також був частиною цього великого музею, нашого музею старожитностей і мистецтв, зберігається вишивка, зроблена на основі ескізів Малевича. Тобто це таке вже певною мірою авангардне мистецтво, яке прийшло в декоративно-прикладне мистецтво. І цей елемент також був задіяний і показаний на виставці в Лодзі. На теперішній момент наш проєкт експонується у Львові, в Національному музеї імені Андрея Шептицького. І знову ж таки на цих теренах, в новому музеї, музей додав твори зі своєї збірки. Таким чином, фактично на кожній новій локації додаються нові твори. До певної такої стабільного каркасу нанизуються, додаються важливі митці, важливі напрямки, які на той момент з 900-х до 1930-х років існували, розвивалися на території теперішньої України. Після завершення нашого виставкового проєкту у Львові він не буде згорнутий, він буде і далі розвиватися. Ми дуже сподіваємося показати його в Америці і будемо дуже раді, якщо ним зацікавляться наші колеги, музейники в Естонії, в Фінляндії, в Литві, в Латвії. Дуже вам дякую.
Nii, kuna küsimusi esitada.
So we can't ask questions, then we can maybe comment. But if there are no comments, then...
You want to have a comment? Yes.
So I'm not an art historian, but I have seen this exhibition. I don't know if any one of you have seen it. You have also. And I just want to say that I saw it in Lodz in last summer, and it is really an amazing exhibition because it also tells about history and the situation for these artists during this time and the important historical development also of that time in Ukraine. So I have been trying to find some way for someone to want to show it in Sweden, but have not yet succeeded because it is a big project, and I think art museums are having plans for several years ahead, which is also something that we might need to consider in museums, that we need to have some spaces for doing things a little quicker. But it is absolutely an amazing exhibition.
Thanks. So, if there is no other questions, kui küsimusi ei ole, then I gladly declare lunch break. Lõunapaus kestab.
The lunch break is until 2:30. So we'll come back here 2:30. So that's when we come back in here. And the lunch will be served down in the lobby. And all the speakers, please, if you could come here and we'll have a photo.
Let's take a gruppenfoto. Aga ülejäänutele soovin head lõunapausi, maitsvat toitu ja huvitavaid vestlusi. jaa, mulle meeldivad väga muuseumi.
I really enjoy museum conferences, and do you know why? Because they are very specific to the topic, because we talk about museum and museum-related matters. So, but at the same time, as we've had understood today, we also handle many different topics. And so the museum conference is kind of a festival or get-together where we hear about so many different things, about history, work of museum, communications, how we communicate with the society, and so forth. And now we continue, and we'll continue with the next topics at hand. So this is the attraction museum holds for us. And now we are moving on with the afternoon presentations. And this is where we can hear 4 further presentations. And let us start with the archaeology. So we're talking about archaeology without borders. Social media as a bridge between science and the public. Monika Repo, who is the research fellow of Archaeological Research Collection, guest lecturer, board member of Estonian Association of Archaeologists, and member of the Estonian Young Academy of Sciences. The floor is yours.
Tere! Mina olen siis Monika Repp.
Good afternoon. My name is Monika Repo, research fellow at the Tallinn University Archaeological Research Collection, and I'd like to discuss how the social media can be a bridge between science and the public, and what are the challenges and opportunities which happen based on the social media. So I'll be following my personal and professional experience when it comes to the popularization of archaeology, but we'll start with numbers. So in order to understand what kind of role is being made by social media in the dissemination research result, we should look at the figures first. Only a quarter of the world population does not use internet, and 71% of the world has found the way to social media. In Estonia, 95% of the households use the internet, and 76.5% use social media. The most popular platforms have different considerations, but both in Estonia and the rest of the world, Facebook comes first, and the rest of the market share is covered by other platforms. See in these charts here, Facebook seems to have a really strong predominance. But if you pay attention, you can notice that the SCAT counted data set is missing TikTok, which has been downloaded by 37% of Estonian adults. So getting stuck to these tables can be misleading. For example, when it comes to Facebook, it has been long known that billions of user accounts, there are about 20 million which belongs to these persons, and it's been calculated about 8,000 users die every day. So more important than chasing the numbers is knowing that most of the world has access to content created on social media. And so what is being offered there? So what does it mean for the researchers and science? So for decades, the communicating science was the ticket price and opening hours or traditional media. So traditional media being magazines, newspapers, radio, and TV. So social media has basically taken away the limits for finance or time when it comes to sharing and disseminating research results. Of course, this doesn't mean that scientific communication should be made free of charge, but in principle it is possible and feasible even from the viewpoint of a museum or researcher with the smallest budget. So this has created a path for direct communication, not only between research institutions and the audience, but also between the audience and the researchers as individuals. So let's look at archaeology. Archaeology has been taught in Estonia for 106 years, and as a speciality, it has been more open to sharing the results as widely as possible. But in the last decades, there have been a very important changes when it comes to the sharing of research results. So what leads archaeologists to social media? So, of course, there are many reasons, starting from the simple desire to share the results of one's research with the public or to popularize archaeology as a specialty. So it can be also a requirement of a conference or research project where the dissemination of the result or involvement of the community is mandatory for the archaeologist. But community involvement can also look different through co-creation, where the audience is an active participant or creator or collector of knowledge. And there's virtually no boundary between science and researcher and the audience. For example, collecting old photos, searching for parallels, or finding a specific location. Recently, the use of social media can be motivated by desire to fight against spread of false information or to improve yourself. Would it be digital competencies, designing, getting also performance experience. So here we have a few examples from my own works where it's been required to use social media. So pre-recording presentations, as we saw one today, sharing them on YouTube. This is something which has been in practice for years. When it comes to the mapping of the target groups, maybe that's not as common. So European Archaeology Days, which take place in June, I asked what people actually want to listen to. So application of scientific projects, then sharing the outcome or target groups, then you have to put more and more details there. So you might also benefit from involving people in direct research. For example, finding out what is the letter on the spoon. Can you read this? What the letter is there? So is a circle a letter in an alphabet? Or is it just the tail end of the spoon? But more eyes is more eyes. So we were able to figure out all sorts of scratches. So we could find quite a lot of information about one little spoon. So when it comes to items like these, finding examples, getting help, is also something which is common between the researchers. For example, if you know somebody who is collecting coins, maybe you send it to them. But if you're not into coins, maybe you figure out the century, but not any other details. So you need an additional set of ideas who would say that, oh, it's 1600 something. So this kind of maintaining relationships is very much possible through social media. So here we have a good example of different styles on the same platform, although the author is the same. In addition to personal accounts, under this username, Kronika Monika, it's also the Society for Post-Medieval Archaeology. This is the channel I also manage, and also the Estonian Association of Archaeologists, their social media and website, because I am a member of the management board of both. So the researcher may be relatively free and spontaneous in the communication style, unlike a scientific article or conference presentation, then the posts on official channels tend to be more conservative in styles. Although it must be said that when it comes to the era of trends, there are many archaeological companies, associations, and departments that are very active, and maybe they are used to talking in a less serious manner about science. So regardless the style, the goal is to improve the accessibility to science, leaving aside the research itself, which has its the challenges or limits. So when it comes to creating scientific content, of course, first is lack of skills. One thing is to write scientific articles or books, but to film and edit and engaging social media clip skills may be lacking both in content format and technical solutions. So everything takes much more time when you originally thought. Time is spent for planning, creating, editing, sharing, and managing content, and as well as developing skills. And all of this requires consistent motivation. Time is also an important factor when it comes to the length of the content, the duration. Can we put this in 30 seconds? What about 10 seconds? Is the target audience expecting a few minutes of a short lecture? So how long does it take to capture somebody's attention? Although it's very easy to consume short content, but many people have found that it can be complicated to actually get remunerated for the work done. So how we can rate the price of the creation of the content plan, material made for different channels? Is it a volunteer hobby or is it a job when you're a researcher? So in the case of content, it might be necessary to decide the use of personal brand or you from visual style or whether you go along with sensationalism. So how to share scientific content without trivializing science? Does video content and social media necessarily mean that you have a dance number and flashing lights? Or is it possible to break down the boundaries between the creator of scientific content and the public in a different way? And then the language, although in the internet has significantly improved the availability and dissemination of scientific content, we should take into account that the most common language on the internet is English. At the end of 2025, about 55% of the world's websites are in English. In languages which have a smaller number of speakers, then the language that dominates the internet may be restricting or hide the content of their own language because there's so much information online and the information is fragmented. This is influenced by local research policy because if the mother tongue is not valued as a scientific language, is not supported or developed, then research conducted on the local level may not reach the local audience because of the publication language, or it takes a long time through news in local newspapers. So this is also impacted by the open science principles, which are spread slowly, and also the paywalls of scientific journals. Of course, there's a separate boundary is the choice of the social media platform for the researcher. So here, leaving Facebook aside, so these are the 6 most popular platforms. First 3 are mostly aimed for video content, the next 3 on short form text. So we have had short content online for quite a while, but now people are getting bored of bites. On TikTok, it means that it's more popular if you have a little bit longer talk videos, which are not overproduced. Because when it comes to viewing long videos, that means that you have people going back to YouTube. So the one on the right-hand side, this is Twitter for the people who missed out the first wave. Most of the researchers have moved from Twitter to Blue Sky or decided not to produce short content. So are the boundaries gone in social media? The same as it is for archaeology. It doesn't really matter what kind of speciality it is you are offering your communication, but you have to first decide what language you should use for the content, who is the audience, who is being left out, and for whom it is restricted content or not accessible at all. So who is the target group? Is it one? Are there many? And algorithms are not making things easier because they can also restrict the content to a group or end up with the wrong group. So this means that you might get unattended contention, so you have an army of trolls with negative comments, or content of bots working through automated scripts. So the robots are talking to each other and there are no humans actually involved. So negative feedback may also come from academia. For example, not all researchers may agree with the views which you are sharing, or they find that the popularization of science means vulgarizing it. And of course, in every profession, you have some conspiracy theories as well. So all of this I'd like to discuss based on my own experience. For years now, I have used my own research and others in order to create comprehensible and engaging stories about history and archaeology. And that means that I can introduce the findings and the location, changes in culture and time, problem areas, and as well as the career of an archaeologist, a scientist, or researcher. In my childhood, if social media had existed, would I have known earlier that archaeologists also work on a daily basis in Estonia, not only in Egypt or Greece? Of course, this is all a part of the process and ability to write a two-page article with colorful pictures from a large thesis and make a choice on what might be of interest and new knowledge to provide through the short formats of social media is something which is evolving and improving all the time. Since I've been involved in the popularization of archaeology before, then during the corona pandemic, I tried to find a way how I can do it at home. So we were doing YouTube videos and Twitter tweets as part of the European Archaeology Days. And I have participated in the European Archaeology Days with digital content since 2020. As the coronavirus restriction decreased, that means invitations to schools and museums. But I had some health issues, and there was a possibility for me to reflect what's going to happen to my photos and images I have collected from excavations or research trips or projects. So does it mean that I'm the only person who has ever viewed them? So as I was working on my doctoral thesis, I was already a convinced supporter of open science. And it seemed to me that social media is a shortcut to other researchers and as well to the public. So I consider myself as a micro-influencer. Then after I started posting, then I found out that the archaeology content I created was then covered by TV and radio. Then Estonian Association of Archaeologists social media was given to me. But besides writing a doctoral thesis, it was difficult to find a balance with several projects. But talking about the same thing, I became bored, although I could not see the same boredom from the public. I could not find this one unified platform, although I had ended up that the social media was included in research projects without asking me. So, and this has become an obligation now, which is paid for, but I didn't have my own vision or plan. So I can suppose that's the enthusiasm is the diagnosis. So I've been trying to recover in order to determine what my thoughts are and how to understand the boundaries. But the content I have on the internet will always be there. And active activity on social media has influenced my CV. And this was one of the reasons why I was chosen to be a member of Estonian Academy of Young Sciences. So there are many issues, invitations to lecture, comments on the street and tram, or family get-togethers, emails, requests, some praise, some insults, and reaction of a local community when they have received attention related to research? Or should I see it as statistics and spread of content? For example, from my personal experience, I think the most interesting thing is that my active social media use, then people assume that my audience is in TikTok, so that's children. So I have to say that I have never set children as my target group. And TikTok, I think about there's a minority of the audience who's under 25. Most of the people are 25 to 46-year-old, and also the 50-plus age group is also notable. So sharing these numbers can also disprove the notion that certain channels are just for children's entertainment and not suitable for science. The advantage of archaeology over other fields, of course, is the relationship of individuals to history, objects, and the perception of the common past. Therefore, I believe that the impact should go beyond just making science more accessible. So before, you had to buy a ticket or a magazine in order to get access to research results. But now, accessibility is seen as self-evident. So what does this accessibility give us? From the archaeological point of view, it should be growing appreciation of our common heritage. or better understanding of history events in Estonia, and also better visibility of archaeology as a career option. So what do archaeologists still do in the daily work? Are they digging for dinosaurs? No, I don't. Do you get paid for each finding? No, I don't. So why do they hide the findings in repositories? So these are a few of the questions I've been asked, and this shows us that why accessibility is good. And the border is kind of gone. The message has not arrived yet. And there are some limitations or restrictions still set. So this has all given us a possibility to carry out some self-reflection. I would refer to the article in the middle, recently published, where writing this article was based on the situation where the archaeologist was on a site and described the guests what they had found. And the guest informed them this is not true because it was in Wikipedia, it said something else. So this was a point of discussion that maybe archaeologists have also an obligation to update the content online because 40 years had passed from the discovery, which had changed things. And perhaps this is also shifting your own personal boundaries. Do you see yourself, in addition to the conference audience, to open yourself to the rest of the world? Are you ready for it as a researcher? And if not, then why? Why don't you want to share? Is there something we want to change? Or do you think this role should be carried by others, other archaeologists, researchers, and so forth? But this is it. This is the end of my presentation. Thank you.
Suur aitäh selle väga põneva teema avamise eest.
Many thanks for giving us such an interesting presentation. Questions and comments? Surab from the Narva Museum. Thank you for this interesting insight. It really makes one envy how you popularize history. But I have a different question. When you are choosing or using the social media platforms, are you thinking about who are the owners, and have you taken into account the recommendations of the security authorities? And if so, what is your conclusion? Obviously, they are private companies, not public, and there are problems. I left Twitter, finally, or X, because of the owners changed, because the atmosphere became anti-science, actually. And security issues, luckily I do not have a work phone. I can use TikTok in my phone, although I do not have it in my phone. Yes, we've heard that this is a security risk, but we have to admit that this is also a little bit tasting of propaganda, because other platforms are also gathering data in the same way, although they have had to bear some responsibility as well. Recently, Meta was charged a high fine for collecting data. But definitely social media is accompanied by risk. This has to be taken into account. And I wouldn't recommend that a customs officer would use a home phone to create content. And classical security measures, two-factor logins, passwords shouldn't be the same on every account, and so on and so forth. So one has to think about these things before they start. Are there more questions and comments? You mentioned that in TikTok, it is not teenagers that are following you, but have you found a platform where teenagers and children would follow you or where you could popularize science among them. Given that my target group has not been children, then I haven't done it. But I do understand that Snapchat is a very well-used channel for children and teenagers. But the age group that is using these channels is of the age where there are many teachers as well, and the teachers invite me to talk about things. And there are also regional differences, and by classes as well, or schools as well. Some are using more traditional social media platforms, and they have studied my material, or they have grown accustomed to using this material. YouTube Shorts have parental restrictions as well, so children cannot use this directly. You can create the limitations when you're uploading your material, that you are following the principles that the content is also can be used by children. And mostly when it comes to children, I talk to them in schools to speak about archaeology, or they invite me to the city library or talk in another institution. And based on this experience that I've gained through this short format, then it is also possible to maintain the attention of the children by using my experience. I would like to add that, for example, when we are looking at the student candidates to study history, and when you ask them, the candidates, where do you get information about history, then they say, I'm watching videos on YouTube. So this is the forum and format where one should operate with great awareness. But I would like to ask you another question. Have you encountered a situation where in a short format environment a scientific discussion emerges? Yes. These platforms also enable comments. For example, someone says, I heard that this was quite different, but I heard that in Latvia it's the same. And you, as the owner of the account or the person who have posted this text, then you can also use this comment as a prompt in order to respond. And then this is going to be a back and forth thing. Yeah, it has happened. And to some extent, also, for example, comments sometimes show, when I'm speaking about a subject, a comment comes and you could also touch upon this or that item, and people want to know more about this thing, and they are asking me as a person who might know about this, which also means that there is a subject that I do not know, then I have to do a lot of research. But as a scientist, I do have a basis for that. So, and you have also social credit. When you are speaking, then people listen. This is very important as well. Last question, please. I can only dream about a person watches an item in the museum in the same way as they are staring at it on the screen. So psychologically, getting information from a telephone also forms certain patterns. Should the museums also draw some conclusions about this when the exhibitions are integrated online? I think we'd rather offer an alternative, because there is a bite boredom, which is an issue. I've noticed now that museums also have longer videos now, 2-3 minutes, not 10-minute videos, so a person can sit calmly and listen. And smaller children want to see these flashing lights and things, but grown-ups sometimes want to see a more classical museum. But I think variety should be the word. We don't want everything to be on the screens. We would also like to have a choice. You can either go through the museum or exhibition at a pace that suits you and look into details that suit you. Thank you, Monika, and a round of applause once again.
Yeah.
Siis teeme kiire küsimuse. Yeah.
Another question.
Здравствуйте.
Good afternoon. I really liked your presentation. Archaeology really is something where facts are the most important things. Without the past, we do not have the future either. But some facts are hidden as well because they are not useful for someone. So what is your approach to this? When during your scientific expedition, facts came out that you cannot actually demonstrate.
Mis nagu justkui ei pruugiks sobida üldisele konjunktuurile, et kas neid varjata.
Siis ma sain õigesti aru. Okay.
I got the question right. So I respond in Estonian. This happens all the time. Things have been written in books, textbooks, and facts have been written down. But then when things are further researched, it occurs that there might be differences, regional differences concerning the time. And the information that is set in books and textbooks is very difficult to combine or renew by using the new information, because getting the new books out takes a long time. So using social media and ordinary media would be one of the ways how to present the new information. And it may be so that some people do not like this. It's been always like this in the books, and now it's different. So you have to explain that archaeology is also science that keeps developing, and there's things hidden under the earth that you will never find. But then there's things that have never been mentioned, like children, women, I don't know, poor people who leave fewer items. And when we can now use modern technology in order to, for example, prove that women were using more milk and men more meat and pork. So as scientists, we do have to find a way how to present this to the general audience as well, and explain that science keeps emerging and it's not standing still. It's like a living organism. Let's put it like that. Once again, thank you. And let's proceed. The next speaker deals with digital issues as well. Museum Without Borders, Digital Heritage and New Audiences. This will be presented by Agnes Aljas, Research Secretary of the Estonian National Museum and PhD student at the University of Tartu. Good afternoon to everyone here and online. My name is Agnes Aljas from the Estonian National Museum. This is the museum that is famous for having large collections of Estonian national culture. And I'm trying to use our example on how the repository of national culture does not end in the 19th century, but we continue in modern days. We research the modern day culture, and at one point it will become national culture. And it was really interesting to listen to these different presentations today about problems in museums everywhere. This is the routine, daily routine of people working in museums. You always have to decide what is your role, what kind of a role you are taking. What mandate you have, how you position yourself, whether it is a political or more routine issue. And nowadays, we are also all influenced by the financial issues that museums play in cities, towns, societies. But today I would like to focus on the digital museum. We all know that all the physical borders have been exceeded by the museums. Museums have been really good in Estonia in finding investments and going along with the digital transformation. And there are maybe not too many social media gurus like Monica, but they are appearing. But what happened during the COVID period? We all remember this. There were no tours and excursions. I'm not pushing any buttons here. So there was a real explosion when you visit Estonian exhibitions, and what you can see, how to put it, in immersive solutions. They are all very important in order for the society to understand what a museum is and how we communicate, what we know about museums, what we investigate, what our scientific cooperation is like. Also, the number of games that we organize is huge. So, and as investments have been found from the tourism fields in order to provide all this. And obviously a lot of digitation is going on, and the goal is to provide greater access to the society, to increase the visibility and importance of the heritage in the society. And this is also that has been written into all these strategies. So this optimism of heritage is going to save the world and brings along different entrepreneurship, development. So this optimism is great about this. And this should bring us along as the sector of museums and heritage. In real terms, this actually means that the users do not always come along with this. Take, for example, our museum example. When the new building was opened, there was a needs-based innovation, is the e-ticket of the museum, which is a very good digital solution that helps us avoid the situation where when a person comes to the exhibition, they cannot see the text in 5 languages, but by using the digital ticket, they can just pick the right language, and they can also download the text to understand more about the background of the materials that are being presented at the museum. And they can also read this text later in home. So it's about 350 pages written by different scientists, which have been simplified several times all over so that the broader public can have access to this. And the foreigners are really happy to do this when they are just ending up in our museum only once in their lifetimes. But as long as there is no interactivity in this development, then this remains a passive thing. And the investment that has been made that originally was also meant for the visitors to choose and find this content that is important for them. So this is the technology is still an obstacle for this because we will not be able to go along with all these digital and technological developments that are happening elsewhere in the technological world. I put here one slide about these new boundaries. Being digitally optimistic, we are not speaking about that too much. This is the AI optimism that has arrived in Estonia. And this optimism is based on the hope that maybe something emerges that makes it possible for us to present and tie together the materials that people are interested in, so that we would have environments that would help people find answers to every question. But clearly, the decision has not been made in Estonia in order about what to do about these huge repositories of heritage. For example, the National Archive has 6 million items presented. The Museum's public portal has 3 million. Then there's libraries with its Ester platform that we have digitized in order to better operate this heritage and how to better find the items. And on the other hand, no decision has been made and no need has been there. We have disclosed all this in our very complicated systems that proceed from the 100-year-old solutions of museums and archives. And we have not advertised those too much. The users of these repositories and collections are traditionally the same who were there 50 years ago. Researchers, students, people like that. And the disclosure side has been just a transfer from one material that used to be written into a main catalogue. So no content-related changes have been made, and so the old entry about the item is still kept. But when we look at some more analytical databases concerning the heritage, then you will have a pop-up window telling you that please take into account that this text has been written 100 or 80 years ago when cultural items had a different meaning or the interpretation of history was different. So history has changed over that period. And the greatest boundaries that are related to digital developments are the ones that are related to capacity to go along. This is not very high. And when you look at average European museum employing 20 persons, then definitely there's no digitally strongly literate person. But there's one example, positive example, a one-man museum. This is the Estonian national hero Kalevipoeg Museum. They decided to create a virtual reality game about Kalevipoeg. And in order to do this, this person had to learn how the VR world was operating, how to restart everything. And definitely this adds a lot to the visitor experience. And the number of children who want to come back next day and play again in order to see how Kalevipoeg is doing. So there's a lot of interest among children in this. And if we are looking at what's happening to museums as political or ideological institutions, these attacks, the cyber attacks, have changed a lot in the museums as well. And museums are also looking at what kind of data they can disclose and what data should we close down. So this there's not so much disclosure anymore. But when we look at Estonia, then we have this museum's public portal called MUIS. And for foreigners, I can say that since this information system has been developed since 2004, it contains the items, the legends of all the museums of Estonia and archival materials, millions of them, which have been made public, and that can be downloaded, accessed by everyone as 80 mega files, and they can be interpreted just in the way the viewers want it. And this has been a great priority in the Estonian cultural politics in order to create access to these databases. And this is also the place where the administration of all the collections is happening in nowadays. So this is really positive. But we have millions of artifacts. When you enter this portal, you will find, for example, Estonians will find definitely something about their grandparents or summer houses and whatnot. So the information that is visible there is really large. But the development means that this is a very static and built up on the authoritative position. And we do not know very well who these users are and what the potential new users might expect of this. And why I was invited here today is that over the period of 2 years, within the framework of 2 projects, we have tried to find a way of defining the digital heritage, what kind of a resource it could be, and what could it bring along for us as a society. Given that video games is an industry which is a very important industry in the modern world, then we have also had access or contact with this sector and to see how the cultural heritage and video games could be combined. Our approach to the collections is traditionally focused on one item. And what we've done in our museum as well is to try and find new information and knowledge, what we can do with this quantitative amount of data, what kind of new information we can obtain on the basis of this data. And it is something that is more difficult to convey to the visitors. And here's 2 examples where we combined our forces with artists and a musician. In our carpet collection, we have 3,500 carpets, and Peeter Rebane, the musician, has tried to code these carpets in the way that when the visitor moves closer to this item or to this carpet, this becomes an interactive work of music. You can, for example, also take a photo of your clothing, and this becomes sound in the course of all this. So these are simple additional layers that have been created so that people could find some kind of connection with the national heritage. But most of these fields are filled with all sorts of collisions. When we are operating as a museum, then we do not have too much digital literacy and awareness. Our digital developments are very much project-based, and what I liked about Monica's presentation was that she said that it takes a lot of time to create content in digital platforms, and the collision that happens between the scientific knowledge and the media world is something that is very difficult for us to combine, and you do not understand how far we can go in order to simplify things and how to go along with this simplified, fragmented content, because we want to have scientific precision. We have the curator's position. Most of the games that have been created on the basis of complicated subjects, even if they are not ordered by the museums, they end up by the creator of the games are telling us that this will never become a game, although your idea is very good. Instead, write a scientific article about this. So we are falling behind this fast developing technological field. And I have 3 examples to end about the young people that we have tested in order to give you a summary about my presentation. We all know what the young people look like today. They keep staring at all sorts of electronic platforms, spend a lot of time in these environments, and if we tell them that go to the museum's public portal, take something from there and do something about it, because they won't, because they do not understand why they should go there, how could they find something there. So instead of us to make something public or disclose something, or even if we have technology to communicate this does not mean that there's cooperation with this target group. And we do know that every generation has its pattern of consuming media. And my generation had it, and modern young people have the same. But I also know that they are creating content. Day in, day out, they are creating content. And heritage has no contact with this at all. The first example is the digital creative competition that we launched ourselves last summer, when we tried to take different approaches and different platforms in order to approach young people so that the young people could use our archives. And after we came to the understanding that this is not going to work when we just invite people. So we had finally developed some study materials for the teachers, how to seek and find data, how to have students or pupils to get to know their region's history through using games, bingo, whatnot. So that their task is to find the person with the funniest moustache, all sorts of things like that. Then we had about 160 works from different digital solutions, or how to use digital solutions, mostly memes, productions, but more intriguing solutions like creating bots from different Kalevipoegs so that you could talk to them. So these projects have shown us how to have young people of 12 to 15 years of age, how they approached the museum, saying that they have built a game on Roblox, an interesting platform for games, and they would like to tell us about this so that they could also sell items using selling objects with our logo. And then a game was developed from this, and we asked the young people to document their media use. I gave them this task last summer. Please record how you are playing, give us videos that will be included in the museum archives. And by the autumn, we got 20 videos of 20 seconds. Because I thought that they understood that videos were something different. But this is really good material to show us how young people connect with their city. And Tartu city planners have been really shocked how young people see their town or the city. And this shows also the problems that young people have in their world. And there's also an example about Game Jam. This is a format that is being organized by institutions that have a closer connection with the games world. And the Tartu University Institute of Computer Sciences was our partner for Game Jam related to cultural heritage. And in the course of 48 hours, young teams have to create games. And to our pleasant surprise, the heritage turned out to be quite exciting material. 22 games were created, and we also learned a lot from this. For example, that our patents repository or collections, for example, if you have a mitten in your museum and the pattern has been drawn, and then this turned out to be also a pixel art collection. Thank you.
Suur aitäh jälle väga toreda ettekande.
Thank you very much for this excellent presentation. Any comments or questions?
Jah, seal.
Добрый день. Юрий меня зовут, и вопрос вот в чем.
My name is Yuri, and I have a question. So, both you and Monica, you are popularizing history as a science, but in Narva, we had this kind of situation where the position of the Narva Museum in public was that museum is a scientific institution, that this is not for entertainment, so that Narva Museum is not for tourism. So when it comes to your colleague, do you also have a conflict of discussions regarding this? So whether the researchers in museum are maintaining this conservative position, that the museum is only a science or research institution and it's not for entertainment.
Üldjoontes, aga jah, et selles suhtes loomulikult
Yes, in general, of course, a museum is a research institution, and this is what our activity is based on. But it does not mean that we cannot go and meet our audience who have different expectations. What makes the work of a museum complicated is to find the mediums, how we can use entertainment for the content in order to pass on this knowledge. And in a national museum, us who are working with this, we're not considered weird, but we're kind of slightly unusual visionary who will have to push the others. So in order to help to change the understanding how exactly we want to heritage to be understood. So Monica and I, we're not maybe the usual types. We have been invited here because we're engaged in something which is not commonplace in the work of a museum. So these are the different decisions and methods. But as far as we've seen Narva Museum, I can see that the linkage is pretty good to create this interaction in history, to combine these with each other. So most of the museums in Estonia have been updated really nicely. So it's really nice to go and visit them. But the research side, of course, cannot go missing. So if I create an exponent from Roblox with the young people, I'm also a researcher who is also collecting this material for our repository on how young people communicate with each other. What does this context of video games mean for them? But at the same time, I'm still a researcher while doing it.
Юрий, позвольте я прокомментирую, потому что все-таки...
I would comment because you're talking about museum and Narva Museum, and I believe that sometimes a long time ago you went to a museum, because I remember that it was myself and my colleagues in Narva Museum before I assumed my current position. Because when it comes to the popularization of the research, this is something which has been there for a long time. We had research educational programs. So we had a very methodological approach. We're learning all the time. We're developing all the time. So Jana is here who used to be a curator, and now she's a teacher. She's running the client service department right now. She's also on a trip right now where she's learning. So we are using interactive media. We had a teenage camp as well. Teenagers are the most difficult target group, 14 to 16. We were able to attract them to come to the museum camp because we had a project which was dedicated to social networks. So it was we talked about photos, and these are the skills which they will need. But the goal was to introduce the museum materials, and I believe that the teachers, and this is not only the story of Estonia, because our landscape of museums is very wide. So we have a lot to learn. We have surprises, but we did learn a lot from our European colleagues as well. This is a never-ending process. We are constantly developing. And I have some colleagues here who are working in museums for 30 or 40 years, too many years. So, and these colleagues for decades have been there for us. And what you're talking about is it's been lasting forever.
Kaks kiiret küsimust.
Quick questions.
Sorry, I must say something again.
Yes.
But I think it was very interesting, both your presentations, and I think it's very important that the museums and the research institutions, the mission is to deliver knowledge to society, and at least we have that we have a museum law in Sweden. I don't know if you have the same, and we must adapt to the new generations, because what will it be in 10 years or 20 years if we don't come along with this? And I think also to find different ways of, through digitalization or interactivity and so on, or to do something where you actually experience things, that also is a tool for museums, because with participation or with experiences from, you learn much better than just to read or having a teacher standing. You take the knowledge in another way. So I think museums have a great advantage to have all these tools.
jah, aitäh. Ma lihtsalt tahtsingi kommentaariks öelda.
Thank you. In a way of a comment, I wanted to say that museums, of course, know that they are open, but this is also something which is very difficult to do, to explain this to our audience, because this is the place where you can express yourself, or this is you can make yourself heard. When it comes to this computer game Roblox, then I think the biggest worry for the parents was that how will I send the children to the museum? And now they get to show us what they do. So if they want us to meet them, to support them. So this is also the part of the vision. And this is what we do on a daily basis. The last question. Thank you very much. So I wanted to ask you about the communication. So how easy or difficult is it with these young people to find a common language? And if I have time for this, so regarding archiving this information, because often these projects are temporary, and they give you a lot of new and interesting viewpoints or knowledge, but it was interesting to hear that you generated a whole lot of videos for the museum collections. So maybe you can give us a bit more information. So indeed, because when we'll be involving the young people in the digital creation context, 160 works, then it becomes part of the collection. We don't do anything just by accident, because we are collecting material for the museum which interpret our collections and show different visions. When it comes to the digital creation, it's set in the conditions that these materials will be part of the museum collections without actually knowing what this first attempt would look like. The same is for the games, because we have this process, but we can't archive the games because the technical side is not there yet. So for us, it's also an input for our collections. So the collections are living organisms which are necessary for the society and used by the society in order to add the different layers. But the first half regarding communication, then we have made a decision that we are not going to go and access the platform of the young people. We ask the help of these young people because we don't have the right vocabulary. So if I'm a museum worker, if I go to TikTok and want to say something, then it looks ridiculous. I'm happy to hear that the older people also on TikTok, but the vocabulary is not there. It looks weird. And we asked the youth club. So all the guides and everybody says that everybody knows Roblox is there in the National Museum because it sort of has its own life online, but we do not have we can't go and access the same platform the way they do as an institution. So this has been a choice we made. Thank you very much, Agnes Allas.
Bene. Ja lähme nüüd mõnevõrra teisele teemale.
Let us now continue with the little bit of a different topic. We'll talk about hazardous cultural heritage, environment threats from shipwrecks. So whose problem is it and who should be responsible? So now we'll hear from Ivar Treffner, who is a maritime archaeology researcher at the Estonian Maritime Museum and doctorate student at the University of Tartu. Good afternoon. So a little bit different topic than we've had before, and maybe looking at the more practical side of things. So as it was mentioned, we'll talk about hazardous cultural heritage, which also is crossing borders. So a few examples which we are going to discuss. What is the cultural heritage underwater? Why it can be dangerous? So a little bit about the legislation as well. So they might be a little bit boring, but it's also important. And then we're looking at one specific case, which is in the Estonian waters. So here we have a nice blue water from Micronesia. This is a Chugi Lagoon, where I've been studying environmentally hazardous wrecks a few months ago. So it started to leak fuel from one of the wrecks, and the top is from Narva Bay, from a wreck. 5 or 6 years ago, there was a leak. So, but we'll get to this a little bit later. So potentially, environmentally hazardous wrecks and cultural heritage. So first of all, the question is that when it become a problem. So we have two aspects here. So the first origin of the problem is the moment when liquid fuels were used for ships' engines. So early 20th century, First World War. And the second date is then when the problem or the fuel which sinks with the vessels, which might become a pollution, was acknowledged. Okay, that's has been discussed briefly already in the 70s, not here, but across the world. But in reality, this problem has come up over the last 10 years or so. So I've been working on the same topic about last 10 years or so. So in principle, it is so these wrecks are starting to get tired underwater because whatever is underwater breaks, rusts, and there is a moment in time when these wrecks will collapse and the fuel inside will sink to the bottom, to the sediments or surfaces, and ends up in the seashore, nature protection area, somewhere else. So what can we do about this? Do we just wait until something will happen, or are we going to do something preventative measures? Shall we pump them, which is very expensive, or shall we wait until they collapse, the fuel leaks, and then we clean it up? Also, it's actually even more expensive. In my previous life, I worked in the Police and Border Guard Board, and we were responsible for the maritime cleanup actions. And we do not have mass behind it, but 1 unit of fuel takes X euros. When it reaches the shore, it takes 10 times X euros. So it becomes 10 times more expensive to do a cleanup from the shore. So in addition to the fuel is ugly and everything, we don't want to go to the sea then. But what are the other impacts? As you can see on the picture here, you recall years ago that we had a pollution in the West Country where there were a lot of dead birds, but the birds are not the only ones who suffer. So in addition to the birds, all sorts of marine life, because they are polyaromatic carbohydrates, which are cancerogenic. They cause cancer. And they are being stored, starting from all sorts of mollusks and other sea creatures, and they end up on our crustaceans, and so they can have a longer-term impact. So across the world, we have about 8,500 at least environmentally hazardous wrecks in Estonia. Then here I have a picture of the photo. We have a situation right now where all the black dots there are wrecks which we know about. So these have been mapped by the Transportation Board, and yellow circles are the ones which are environmentally hazardous. So we have to pay attention to one thing. These are all estimates, because in order to assess the danger to the environment, we have to look at every wreck separately. And before the final confirmation, we have to go and drill and be invasive to check if there is fuel in there. So this has not been done in these cases, but this is tabletop historic data that these are the ships which used liquid fuel for propulsion. So it is very likely that there is fuel there. And Estonian state, actually, the government has been quite active when it comes to environmentally hazardous wrecks since 2016. So we've been assessing which are the wrecks which pose the biggest danger. So there have been more thorough audits carried out. But this is not the cheapest thing to do, and perhaps this is not always the topic which has the most public interest. So the process is ongoing, but quite quietly, but it's ongoing. So as things are today, we have about 50 or 60 hazardous wrecks in Estonia. Why is 50, 60? Because this figure always changes, because we get more knowledge. And there's a lot of red areas. So this has not been studied or mapped yet. So there are new wrecks as well, we find. Some have been studied. We can say that they're not environmentally hazardous because there's nothing left, for example, and then we can take some off the list. But it's about 60. So in Sweden, there's over 300. So where we have the borders coming in. So if you think about the Baltic Sea, so it's a big pond, really, especially if we talk about the world scale. So if in the Pacific Ocean, we have about 20 or 50 tons of oil leaking into the ocean, it's bad. We know that people are not happy about it, so there's been noise, but the nature sort of figures it out, it disappears. But in the Baltic Sea, that will be a disaster. Because the Baltic Sea, the water exchange for all of the water to change in the Baltic Sea, it takes about 30 years. So whatever is in the water will be floating around about 30 years before we can get rid of it. Then second thing, that fuel or any pollution doesn't have to be fuel. It's not only the coastal state issue. If you look at the Bay of Finland, between Tallinn and Helsinki, it's a little bit over 60 kilometers of distance as the crow flies. Middle of the Bay of Finland, if there is a leakage, then it's only question of wind. Because if the wind changes, it becomes a problem of another country. It depends where the pollution is going to. So Bay of Finland is extreme because it's very small, but it doesn't really matter where in the Baltic Sea we have more of a pollution. It impacts all of us because of the nature, living organisms which are being polluted. Now a little bit of a legal base. So it's a nice colorful map which has a lot of curved lines. These are different borders, because on the land it's easy. You have a border, country one side and the other side, but the sea is a little bit more complicated. So we can mention three important lines here. Is a red one, which is territorial waters. And then this is whatever is on the land side of it. This is where the coastal state sovereignty applies. So the coastal state can do whatever they want. Now, from there to the border of the territorial water, which is blue. So this is the territory of that state, including all the blue line. But they don't have, this country doesn't have full sovereignty because a certain international law applies. We have the peaceful passing through, although this is the territory of this country. But now if we go to the green, which is the economic zone, it's our area of responsibility. We have certain rights there. But these are economic rights. We have the right to use water resources, fishing, research of the sea bottom, mining, drilling, and so forth. Now, shipping from the times immemorial has always been international. The Baltic Sea, as long as we know, has been a very important trade route. Wars have been held. And in principle, we know lots of ships have sunk here, and we don't even know how many. Doesn't even matter. But the ship usually sinks in somebody else's waters. So they could sink in any country's waters, and that means the question is, who owns this vessel? Is it trade? Or there's old vessels, then it's archaeological interest. But if it is military vessel or vessel carrying out duties of the state owned by the government or by the state, so after the ship has sunk, does it still belong to this government? So this is we do not have 100% consensus here, how it's exactly regulated. So who takes responsibility for this vessel? So if the military vessel sinks in Estonian waters, so is it a flag country or somebody else? And can the coastal state do something about this wreck? UN maritime law says that the coastal states have certain rights and obligations to protect the cultural heritage in the waters, but it's rather vague as a right. But at the same time, they cannot really carry out activities or restrict activities which are linked to economic activities. You can restrict some, like prohibit fishing or drilling or cabling, but otherwise not much. So this is food for thought. So I cannot offer a solution because this discussion is way above my pay grade. This is for the governments and lawyers to discuss, but in principle, who is responsible is not very clear. But now let's get to the specific case. So HMS Cassandra, which is a state-owned vessel, belongs to the UK. In Estonia, it's under heritage protection. It's in economic zone, so not in our territorial waters. Then, in addition, it's a grave site. It's not a military grave, probably, because that would need a specific decision. And also, it's potentially environmentally hazardous wreck, potentially, in a way, because we know it's already environmentally hazardous. We already know that. Quick background. First two dates, we know why it's important, but especially what is important, looking at the third point here, that Estonia requested assistance from the UK on the 19th of November due to the potential Soviet-Russia attack. Now, if you think about the situation in Ukraine and the decision-making process and activities, then in essence, the UK decided within 2 days to send the military vessel escadrille. So the decision was made. The vessels were compiled, and then when Narva was attacked by the Red Army, this fleet already was ready and prepared in Copenhagen. And it's not only a couple of boats. There are 27 vessels, 5 class light cruisers, HMS Cassandra included, 9 destroyers, 7 minesweepers, and then different assistants. So Cassandra was not small, 137 meters long. This is what it looked like. If you can see it on the photo, there was even a plane. So what happened? On the 26th of November, they left UK for Copenhagen, which was the headquarters, because First World War had just ended, and the sailors were not very happy because they went home and then they're being sent out somewhere to do something which they defend a country they could not really find, but orders were orders. So, and the Baltic Sea was full of mines from the First World War that the Brits had maps provided by the Germans, which showed the red line you had to follow, which was a safe shipping line. So this was trawled path you could take in order to get to Tallinn in a safe way. And now they went to Latvia, handed over some equipment, moved on. And at a certain time, they could see that we are rushing. We can't get to Osmussaare when we have agreed with the pilot ship. We have to take a shortcut. It was a weird decision, and they should have not taken a shortcut. So that means that they, of course, ended up on a mine. And poor Cassandra sank. 11 sailors died. 10 in the boiler house where there was aluminum exploded, and 1 sailor fell overboard during evacuation. What is important to note that this was not the only loss in our independence war. Total over 200 vessels were sent here, and over 100 sailors actually died. So this was quite a significant operation. They brought us supplies. They participated actively in military activities, bombing the hostile position from the sea. And many historians have said Laidoner wrote that without the help of the Brits, perhaps we would have not been able to win our war for independence. So this is not something which is not discussed much, but it's one of these facts of this assistance, but we have to recognize that. So Cassandra's location, So it's 95 meters deep, very well survived. We have some photos. So 2023, we had the first assessment of the wreck regarding the hazard to the environment. In order to understand what the situation is, you can see that it's survived very well, very nice looking wreck on over 100 years at the bottom of the sea, but it looks good. Then in addition to the fuel, which is of environmentally hazardous, there are some other issues like there's ammunition. These are torpedoes you can see there. And also we have the ghost nets, which are the fishing trawls which are stuck on the wreck. So these are the fishing nets which are still catching fish underneath them. So here you can see the leak. The video is not working for some reason. So cross-border cooperation now. 2021, there was a conference where we online, where the Brits said that yes, they consider this vessel still belong to them, and then I thought that we also have a potentially hazardous wreck. So I contacted the Ministry of Defense, started working on it, and last year the Brits came here and they carried out a large-scale study on this wreck, and based on that we got a good overview of this entire situation. So here we can see the echo sound image of the you can see it's on the starboard, and 3D model as well, so we can get a good overview. And from the point of view of history, it was good that this wreck today has been frozen in 3D model. So even if it collapses, that means that we have a model for the future generations as well. So the Brits said that they will come and take a look. So so what do we do with this information now? So here, based on the models, we can now assess. So we can match it with the blueprints, and we can find out what kind of bunkers have been damaged, which ones are whole, because we don't know how much fuel is there. So it could be different places on the vessel, but in principle, we can get an understanding how much fuel is on board. And now, if we're looking at our study, the 2023, 600, 700 tons of fuel should be on board. So the British study reached the same conclusion. So we can say that we figured it out quite well. So you can see where these figures are coming from. So we don't have the logbook of Cassandra, but we have the sister vessels logbooks, which we knew roughly how much fuel was on board when the ship sank. So this is the information I have. So environmentally hazardous wrecks are not the problem only of the coastal states, because they are cross-border problems. Then cooperation is possible, as you can see, but we always have to remember that it's not a question of whether something will happen, it's a question of when will it happen. Thank you.
See küll valetab või?
Nii, aga siis on aega.
So we have time for a few questions as well. You had a map with 4 lines, and you said that there was the black line of Tallinn. What was this black line? The black line was Flight Information Region, Tallinn, FIR. This is where the Estonian state is responsible for sea rescue. But this has nothing to do with our subject. Is there another question? I would like to thank you for deciding to speak about such a topical issue, because we do not really think about these things today. but the land, air, and water are all necessary for us, for people to exist. What kind of water we are drinking, it depends on how we live. And animals also play an important part here. So the question is that today the water is different. It is not alive like it used to be. It's like dead water, like bottled water, and its quality is quite different. That is why we get all these kinds of diseases that we have to treat, we consume chemicals, and this brings us, and this is not good for us. And today we are speaking about human beings surviving as a result of all this. Shipbuilding, obviously, is a very complicated field, and I studied in this field and also took the exam, and that is why the questions were very important personally for me. Now, the question of who actually deals with these wrecks, how to clean them up, and how to clean the sea environment. And the issue that you raised in your presentation is really an international problem. And one single country cannot deal with this. So we actually have to think about what country owns the ship that is now in the bottom of the sea. Obviously, the natural conditions and currents, they all have an impact. And the responsibility lies also with nature when you think about the climate catastrophes. But we do need understanding and reasoning. Everything has to be organized. You should have a commission being in charge of this, and maybe even a separate foundation for funding this field might be necessary, because one single country cannot manage this. Vessels are different, the size is different. Estonia will not be able to manage like this. And it's the same in Ukraine. They won't be manage this. I used to work in the city of Nikolaev, where there is this big shipbuilding company. We used to be biggest in the world at that time. Like Krenholm used to be the largest plant in Europe. So the same in my hometown, and development was very well, it was very well developed in my hometown. We had large aircraft carriers that were produced there, and this the vessel named Tallinn was built in Nikolaev, and when it was necessary to repair it, it was brought back there. So I want to thank you. It was really interesting to listen to you. Thank you. And a tiny souvenir as well.
Ja nüüd lähme jälle videosillale.
Now we are going to listen to Spanish presenters over the video bridge. And we are going to listen to the last presentation of our conference, Picasso in the Crosshairs, Art Against Dictatorship. And I am really happy to welcome Nadia Hernandez-Hentze and Carlos Alonso, who are Spanish art historians and curators.
Hello. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon. The floor or the big screen is yours. You have 20 minutes.
Oh.
Okay. Hello. Good afternoon. I'm so glad to be here with you, even online in Narva. I'm Carlos Alonso. I'm an art curator. I've curated several times in Estonia, and the former director of a museum in Madrid, a museum of a painter called Ignacio Zuluaga, who was very famous during the period that we're going to talk about, and who was very successful in taking culture over borders, because he made Spain very, very, very successful in terms of international projection. And I'm so honored to be joined in this lecture by my dear, dear friend, my dear colleague, my admired colleague, Nadia Hernandez. She is also an art curator. She's an expert cultural manager. She's a great art historian. She's my go-to person for so many things. She's managing some of the most important collections in Southern Europe, and she has curated some of the most impressive shows, that we've seen over the last years in Spain, at least. Among these impressive shows, she was able to research and develop a beautiful narrative over this fascinating theme of Picasso in the Crossroads. It's a marvelous exhibition, one of the most interesting exhibitions we've seen over the last few years in Spain. It's been in many places. It's been in Madrid, it's been in Barcelona, it's been in Paris. If you correct me, Nadia, it's been in Paris. And we are projecting it, and hopefully at some point it will be in Estonia. Why not in Narva? So that's the first thing that I wanted to say. Then we did a little presentation for you. I thought that we had a little bit more than 20 minutes. Do we have 20 minutes total? Okay, let's see how we...
Very quickly.
Let's see how we manage. So
you have 30 minutes in total, but probably we will have some questions to ask.
Okay. Then we're going to be very quickly. I'm just going to introduce the topic or the period. The period is the Franco regime. Franco was the dictator that came out from a horrible civil war that happened in Spain, 1 million dead, and the following 6-7 years, another 500,000 dead through repression. That what we're seeing was one of the attempts of Franco to counteract the effect of the Guernica, with which we will talk afterwards, is the painting by Ignacio Zuluaga, The Burning of Toledo, which was a rebel attack on the Alcázar of Toledo, and it was set as an example of heroism of the national side and was sold abroad. Because Ignacio Zuluaga, as I say, was a very important artist outside of that. That civil war gave place to a dictatorship that lasted for almost 40 years. Okay, over those 40 years, not 40, 37, 36, Spain was under this dictatorship that had several phases concerning culture and concerning borders. The first phase was a very closed border, a situation in which there were a lot of exiles, among them Picasso, but also very important writers, Salvador Alberti, and very important intellectuals. That's one thing. And there was also an inner exile, people that were in Spain but didn't dare to say anything against the Franco regime, so they were auto-exiled. Over the next few years, many of these intellectuals came back to Spain, and the regime became less idealistic or less about ideas and concept and more technocrat. And so there was a certain cohabitation with these artists, because as long as you didn't hurt the regime directly or protest against the regime, there was a certain freedom to express whatever you wanted if it wasn't critic. So there wasn't an official art, as to say, and in this moment, a lot of very high quality avant-garde art in every way, architecture, sculpture, literature emerged, but it was still within our boundaries. And then there's a third period, the last period of the dictatorship, in which Spain opened and tried to break these borders that we're talking about through culture and project another image. So in the next slide, there you go. We have this attempt. Manuel Fraga Iribarne, he became the Minister of Tourism of Spain, and he decided that we were going to serve tourism and we were going to serve our cultural tourism and not only our light tourism. What did we do? We started selling the idea of Spain through Iberia, which was the airline company, greatly connected with Latin America, selling all of our topics and prototypical Spain, and also through actions such as the famous Eurovision Festival '66, in which Maciel, who's a Spanish singer, won the contest. Why? Because there was a huge campaign from the government to show Spain with a different face through culture. So this is the second. We only had another first place in Eurovision in history. This was the first one, and it was a strategy, a specific strategy of the regime. So we have to think about this very precise moment in which the regime was projecting itself deliberately out of their borders through culture. Okay, so that's the, how can I say, the frame in which this whole story is developed. This second part of this, or the last part of the dictatorship, in which Spain was little by little dissolving the borders. And now, yes, I'm honored to let the floor to my very dear Nadia Hernandez.
Thank you, Carlos. Thank you also to Narva Museum and also to the audience for the interest. As you know, this presentation focuses on the attacks carried out against Pablo Picasso, named because he was living in France, in 1971, in several Spanish cities. At the time, these acts of violence were seen as part of a broader wave of attacks on culture that went beyond the Franco time. Now, we can demonstrate that there were specific and coordinated actions. Their violence is indicative of the artist's reception in the late Franco period, when his name had become a symbol of democracy. These attacks triggered an international tribute to Picasso and permit the dissemination of a protest expressed through the language of art. That's the part Carlos, we join Carlos again in this part. To understand these circumstances, it's necessary to go back to 1937, when Picasso responded to the request from the Republican government by creating Guernica for the Spanish pavilion at the Paris International Exhibition. But Picasso also contributed another work to the Republican Pavilion, Dream and Life of Franco, a set of...
This is the same period. Just so that we focus, it's when Real Madrid was winning the Champions League.
I mistake, sorry.
There we go.
Yeah. That's Dream of and Life of Franco, a set of 2 etchings consisting of 9 scenes, which commercialization was intended to generate funds for the Republican government. The seeds were sold together with a surrealist poem titled Fandango of Little Owls. Dream and Life of Franco is a denunciation of war embodied in the figure of General Franco, which is a caricature dominating this sense. Its final images show destruction and death in perfect dialogue with Guernica. However, Picasso anti-Franco did not stop at the creation for the Spanish pavilion, but also manifested itself in the form of personal engagement. He became a central figure of the culture of Spanish exile. And when he joined the French Communist Party in 1944, this further poisoned the relationship with the Franco regime, obviously. His political circumstance and status as an avant-garde artist led to his censorship in Spain. Picasso's visibility in official Spanish culture did not increase until the 50s, as Carlos says, with this maneuver of the Franco regime to increase the international image of Spain. In order to achieve this, it was necessary to depoliticize Picasso, promoting the separation between his artistic work and his political circumstances, disregard the communist man and recognize the Spanish painter. This appropriation of the artist's name also revealed the interest of the Spanish authorities in neutralizing the myth of an artist who embodied the possibility of uniting creative independence with political commitment. The Picasso Museum in Barcelona opened in 1963 and became a focal point for the political and artistic tensions between the artist and the regime. In February 1970, Picasso finally donated more than 900 early works to the museum. Picasso forbade any official inauguration ceremony to express his condemnation for the Burgos trial, where 16 ETA members faced to the death penalty. Also, the conflict surrounding Guernica persisted, as it had become the great emblem of anti-Francoism. Picasso himself had written to the director of MoMA requesting that he not yield the Spanish government demands for the painting returned to Spain. His condition for the works returned to Spain was the restoration of public freedom in the country, the same condition he demanded for himself. Picasso, who has settled in France, died 2 years before Franco and never returned to Spain. In October 1971, Picasso turned 90. This anniversary highlights the polarized reception of the artist. While his name had become a symbol of freedom for some, for others, he personified subversion and came to embody anti-Francoism. On this last opportunity to celebrate, I have to go there. Okay. On this last opportunity to celebrate the artist's life, Spain organized a strict program of events that honored the artist without endorsing the man. The exceptional concentration of Picasso-related activities from October 25 brought an unusual visibility to the painter and gave rise to the far-right groups launching a campaign of attacks against Picasso's name. 3 days. That's the homage in France, nothing to do. That's a theater show in Barcelona. And these are the first attacks carried out by the guerrilleros of Cristo Rey, a tribal action on bookstores in Madrid, whose shops' windows displayed the respective tributes to Picasso. The worst was on November 5, the Theo Gallery in Madrid was violently attacked. The gallery was hosting the exhibition Tribute to Picasso, 24 etchings from the Suite Volar, which were slashed and destroyed with acid by the guerrilleros de Cristo Rey. These attacks publicized denounced Picasso as Marxist, militant communist, unpatriotic, a pimp, homosexual, and pornographer. In November, a series of attacks targeting Picasso took place in Barcelona, carried out by far groups as well, allied with the Madrid-based guerrilleros de Cristo Rey. After attempting an attack on the Picasso Museum, the gallery El Taller de Picasso was destroyed and the Cinc d'Oros bookshop was set on fire. The attacks against Picasso in Madrid and Barcelona constitute a campaign not only against Picasso's name, but also against those who prize the artist. These acts took place when Picasso was experiencing unpredicted media visibility. One may think that this circumstance directed the attackers toward a subversive target, but their intention went beyond mere repression. They were all directed against the very spirit of Celebrate Picasso. These were not attacks intended only to destroy the symbol of Picasso, but also those who glorified him, a kind of punishment. The official stance toward these actions sought to downplay the political dimension, presenting them as random acts of vandalism by a few rowdy youth and labeling them deplorable acts of vandalism. These attacks serve as justification for the general security to intensify its repressive control related to Picasso. Thus, the denunciation of the attacks on Picasso was neutralized. The protests were suppressed, and the desire to celebrate the painting was stifled. We can now demonstrate that the motivation behind these attacks went beyond mere repression. Certainly, the publicity surrounding Picasso during the autumn of 1971 led these groups the selection of Picasso as a target. But yet these were not simply opportunistic acts, but rather part of a strategy whose explanation must be sought in the political space where these groups converged, the space led by politician Blas Piñar. This politician of Franco regime this man, very close to Franco, a parallel can be drawn between the speeches of this Blas Piñar and the attacks on his young followers on the name of Picasso. Because Piñar was mistaken. He believed the Teo Gallery exhibition displayed Dream and Lie of Franco. He thought everyone could freely enter the gallery and view those etchings that crudely attacked the dictator. On the contrary, the gallery was presenting the Suite Volar, coincided temporarily with Dream and Lie of Franco, but with a completely different theme, reflecting Picasso's personal concerns and artistic aspiration. Fanatics placed Picasso in the crosshairs of violence. And doubly, the trigger that incited the planning of violent and synchronized actions against the artist was the certain of his grave offense against Franco, insulted through the universal language of art. After the attacks on Picasso, the few acts of redress reflect sadness and frustration. While Europe celebrated, Spain was missing the chance to recognize its most universal painting, even when his legacy has been under attack. Oh, Carlos. I think here. Oh, look. This is.
Sorry?
Okay.
Okay. The answer to this circumstance, it was such an incredible, bold move that brought together the possibility of protest throughout the world through art. And it's an unprecedented move, but this Ballauris gallerist that had the great idea of planning an homage exhibition to Picasso. How do you know an homage exhibition without Picassos that you can show? Well, you just show how much Picasso means for the artistic and cultural world, and not only the cultural world in Spain, but in Europe and in the rest of the world. As you know, Spain has very deep connections with Latin America, which were not shattered during Franco. So I'm going to go very, very quickly, and then I'll let you see some of the works. But what they basically did was asked the best artists, intellectuals, novelists, poets, philosophers, etc., to send a little work of art in homage to Picasso. And in order to make a format for this work of art, he went with these little tablecloths. These tablecloths were very popularized by another great artist, in this case Salvador Dalí, who was a very ambivalent artist because he didn't have any problem with the Franco regime, quite to the contrary, but he was extremely celebrated outside of Spain. So using this technique and through the postal service so that they could break the actual bureaucracy of the borders, he started sending out these tablecloths with a little note to make an homage to Picasso for the celebration of his 90th anniversary, and most importantly, to show people what Picasso means to the world. The reception was absolutely amazing. If I'm correct, Nadia, it's over 400 tablecloths. Over 400 tablecloths came back from all kinds of artists. And you see here the kind of language, how subtle it is. And this can't be controlled by the regime because it's not specifically anti-Franco. But yet, for example, Equipo Crónica, one of the main avant-garde group of artists, of pop artists that were working in Spain at that moment, came back with this impressive example, which is the famous boxing glove with the name Picasso there, showing that the Picasso and his followers were going to fight back. And then if you continue looking at the range and the power, you see Alexander Cutler, for example, he had exhibited together with Picasso in the famous pavilion of El Guernica, and now he came back with this. And furthermore, we have other examples. For example, Sonia Delaunay, Wilfredo Lam, the great Latin American, great Cuban artist. You see, and Sonia Delaunay on the other side, you see the span of the answer, and how could any pseudo paramilitary terrorist pro-Franco organization answer against such a display? There were so many artists from so many places in the world breaking the walls. Asger John, you see, it's from the Cobra group. It's everyone answering back to this call. Unfortunately, the first show couldn't be presented in Spain because of the situation. It was far too tense. But you see here, Enrico Ba, he's presenting the Guernica again. He's coming back with the very work that shattered the relationship between Picasso and the Franco regime. So you see, as much as it was very artistic, it was also very pointy there. Rafael Alberti, who was one of the main exiles, the great poet from Cádiz that had to go to Mexico after the war, and he would come back soon after. And Antonio Saura, these are the main artists, intellectuals, writers of the Spanish, European and international panorama there, answering back the call. In order to what? In order to scream so loud that you could hear it through the borders. So that was a very meaningful, important move from the artistic and cultural community from all around the world. The last one here, Juan Genovés. Juan Genovés is a key painter of the Spanish transition, and he was there to paint some of the most important canvases of our transition years. Shortly after this situation, 1975, Franco passed away, and Spain, thanks to this whole cultural legacy and this whole exile coming back, could negotiate a transition that was pacific, gave place to the country that we are today. But this is the first moment in which the frontiers, the cultural frontiers of Spain were shattered back and forth during the previous 40 years. So I really hope that we can show this in Estonia soon enough, and I want to thank the Narva Museum, congratulate the Narva Museum for being so bold and so courageous and for doing so many exciting things. And I also want to, of course, big hug there for our dear Maria, the director, and also to my dear colleague Nadia for this amazing research. Thank you so much.
Yes,
So
thank
if
you.
have any questions?
The audience is applauding you. Now, do you hear us? Yes?
Yes.
Very good. I'm asking around, is there any questions or comments about this, about your presentation? If not, then I will start. So, that was a really fascinating story you told us, and really to collect all these pieces or some of these pieces together. So, could we compare with nowadays? You know, it's the 2020s. What kind of, or can you name some kind of similar artistic movement, which is like so global and so much acting on that sense so that everybody knows about it? Because, or is it more like turned into the internet? So we speak about internet memes or something like that. What do you think?
I think that it's, you tell me, Nadia, if you please interrupt me, but I think that today's world is a bit different from there. Picasso is the last artistic superstar of fine arts, let's say. Now superstars have far more to do with music, mass media, movies, whatever we want to call it. So it's not so easy to find such a figure of such a monumental stature as Picasso. Picasso is at the same time very Spanish, and at the same time he's settled in France, and at the same time he's the great, how can I say, creator of cultural image of Western world, at least, over the 20th century. So I don't think we have a figure like Picasso that can bring together so many things. I don't think so. On the other side, we have better means. This was all put together with the postal service. Nowadays, we have the means to go extremely viral. So whenever someone says something through social media and then publishes it, he can hit millions of people in minutes. And that's something that Picasso didn't have the luxury or culture back in the day didn't have that kind of luxuries. Of course, that's very ambivalent and very dangerous. But I think that the situations right now are extremely different. And also, artists are very signified. American artists are American artists, and then and they dominate the media, and then the rest of the world chooses in between American or non-American. And I don't know. I think it's a very different situation. Of course, there are resistance groups, but I don't know if there's a situation that comes close to the situation of Franco and Pablo Picasso, of course. I don't know what you think, Nadia.
No, I agree completely. I agree. It's two different situations, really different situation, and it's not possible to. Now we play with short times. It's viral, but very short. You forget in 5 minutes. No, that goes for years and years.
Yeah,
and Picasso, oh, excuse me.
Please continue. Yeah.
No. Picasso worked in France for years as a central figure of Spanish exile. So put together the artists, help them for 40 years.
Yeah, because I was also thinking about when a politician, whether positively or negatively, has influenced world creativeness on such scale. I think last thing what I could recall 2 or 3 months ago when President Trump claimed the Nobel Prize, and then whole world started to create memes how he accepted another prizes and another trophies and etc., etc., and that lasted like almost like 1 week or something, that everybody were creating new images, new stuff. So is it something which we could actually compare, so that that there is some influence and then it starts just to fly?
Yeah, maybe.
I think that
No?
yeah, there is a capability of impacting people very quickly, and there is even bigger capability of answering back very quickly. And something that's also very important, we can do so anonymously, and that's very important because these guys are signing the things, huh? So they are signifying themselves, and these things are important because they are works of art which are marvelous, but also because you have Cutler and Asger Jorn, and you have Alberti, and you have Sonia Delaunay. Through the internet we have the ability to react anonymously and massively, and of course it has what it does have is the opportunity and the capability and the power to change things. So you can have a huge cultural backlash, and then you change things to there. So there's the denunciation, there's comedy, which is the most dangerous way, or the most dangerous, how can I say, language for dictatorships and things like that, when you start laughing at them, and that really backlashes. So I think that there we might find a parallelism there on how people can react from all over the world, and this is a similar case there, but far more massively, more anonymously, and far quicker, let's say. Yeah, there we can find a parallelism, absolutely, yeah.
Thank you very much. We have another question.
Thank you. Helen Ronlund from Sweden. And I just wanted to ask and first comment, perhaps, because we have been discussing how culture and cultural heritage is threatened, especially in Europe, because of the ongoing war in Europe and against Ukraine, and also the whole world, the world order that is changing, and the threats against democracy as we know it, and the situation in the United States and so on. Could it be like that artists could come together, and because in many ways democracy is at a breaking point now in the world, and we have less and less democracies and free countries in the world. So there is a need to make a shift in this. Could that be something that the artistic world could come together and do something like this? Maybe not in a specific country, but to stand up for this, because I think it could be interesting if there is that consensus. Thank you. And thank you for a very, very interesting presentation, and this exhibition should really be shown in more places. Thank you.
Mary, do you want to go, or should I?
No, you.
Okay. Art and creation are certainly based on a specific historical, geopolitical, cultural reality. That's the first thing. Second thing, art and creation develop more, how can I say, more easily in a general context of freedom. General context of freedom imply that every opinion, message, religion, gender, etc., is or stands in equal or with equal opportunities of expressing, and so it is a thing of democracy. So yes, yes, if we want to have a healthy and cultural society, one symptom is that artists can do whatever they want to do. That's the first thing. The second thing about artists uniting, that is, in my opinion, the case so many times. We just saw the Super Bowl, choosing after the last year, which was the first Trump year, erasing all reference to anti-racism things, and this year the Super Bowl, the halftime show, which is the most, how can I say, broadcasted cultural event, probably the yearly cultural event in the world. Then they got a Puerto Rican artist, and there was a whole reivindication of the Hispanic community that is suffering under Trump, this kind of, how can I say, borderline Nazi prosecution, whatever we want to call it. And there was this reaction. Yes, artists, whenever, and that's why, and it seems something stupid, but gathering artists, putting artists together through galas, through biennales, through this kind of concerts, through awards, that makes sense because you really can feel there the general feeling of this world. And this world normally aligns next to freedom of speech and freedom of everything, which is kind of the basis. So in the European context, which is more complicated because we don't have this kind of displays, we very recently had a huge issue, in Spain at least, with Eurovision. Why? Because the singing contest, we've been there forever. We were there with Franco. We were there like always. Spain decided to not participate in order to protest for what's going on in Palestine and the presence of Israel.
See what is happening now at the Biennale.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah. This is what we already have spoken here, but I think our time is running up. So thank you very much once again for your presentation, and we make again one nice applause to you. Thank you
so much.
Thank you very much to Narva Museum.
Thank you.
Nii, ettekanded on kuulatud ja nüüd on see hetk, kas keegi soovib veel neid ettekandeid kuulanuna midagi öelda, kuskil jäi midagi kripeldama, siis praegu meil on veel natukene aega. Kui näen...
Yes, I can see one person putting up the hand. We have some time left for any comments that were left unsaid. Maybe I would like to finish with this thought. Since the Biennale was brought up as one example by Maria in her presentation, in my opinion, the protests against the Russian pavilion, where the Ukrainian feminists joined their forces with the Russian feminists, the Pussy Riot band, this was really symbolic and an important moment that shows that coalitions sometimes are born and solidarity is born in places where when we do not expect this and at moments that we do not expect this. This is what I wanted to share with you. And from the first part of the day, we heard very interesting discussions about the role of the museum in the middle of all this. And one thing that caught my eye was the courage of the Narva Museum to give a platform to different voices and different positions. This is really impressive. And when I first thought that where to get such positive examples on how museums can deal with difficult emotions during these difficult times, then I think that Narva Museum is an excellent example about this. Thank you. Another hand has gone up.
Да, всем здравствуйте еще раз. На русском можно кто-то говорить, узнал. Так.
Can we also speak in Russian? We understood that the museum is not a neutral cultural establishment. Culture is not neutral either. This makes me sad. The propaganda on both sides. God forbid that sometime in the future, maybe next year when it's not too late, there will be some beautiful words on the fortress wall or not a provocation.
This is not up to us, and as long as the war is ongoing, this is what is happening. So I'll also answer maybe in Russian.
Эти слова появятся. Но мы прекрасно знаем, в чьих это руках и кто.
As the war is over, these nice words will be there, but we know who is responsible for that. We know who is the aggressor country. So what concerns the discussion, there's a platform for that. I'm sure you understand Estonian as well, so I'll continue in Estonian. So if your question is that if you're asking me why a museum did not ask the opinion of people in Narva whether they agree with our message or poster which is on the wall of the castle, then my answer is, but how we should respond on Facebook? So where is the platform where this discussion is being held? I know it's on Facebook. And all these comments, people in Narva are really active, really good. And we have all sorts of Facebook topics, and people in Narva are very actively, and they're discussing all sorts of topics. And this is very important for us. And also the posts are being made for our own Facebook, Narva Museum. So all these comments are very valuable material. And from this, of this moment in history where we are right now living. And I believe that maybe 5 years, 6 years later, 10 years later, we will organize an exhibition based on this moment in time and of this discussion we're having, and we will show all these comments. So the first idea we had already 4 years ago when, for the first time, we put this poster up. And because my own Facebook had also many, many comments, and this was a black and white picture, there was no neutrality. So there was a very high contrast, and so this is the response. So the border is war. So this is my message, but thank you very much.
Aga mina arvan seda, et see on nüüd see koht tegelikult, kus me.
And I think that now we should sum up today's event, and I would like to thank all the participants here. So who came here to listen, I would like to thank the Museum of Narva organizing this event. There are many opportunities for us to continue this conversation, share your thoughts. And if we don't do that, if we cannot share our thoughts, then we would not have any reason to get together. So thank you all. Thank you all for coming. Thank you for organizing it. And enjoy this beautiful weekend.
Applaus.